When people ask us who we are, we tell them we're problem solvers, opportunity creators, and change makers. We are Rotary. Around the world, our network of 1.4 million neighbors, friends, and leaders volunteer their skills and resources to solve issues and address community needs. Take action with us. Find out more at rotary.org/action.
Good morning, or maybe afternoon, dear fellow Rotarians, community and business leaders, experts from a wide array of professions, generously sharing their expertise to serve to change lives locally and globally. I'm also happy to welcome forum participants and attendees from outside the Rotary family, but eager to know us better and, who knows, maybe getting inspired with our versatile Rotary experience and opportunities for serving others, and consider to join our good deeds locally and internationally. The forum official opening is due at 12 London time. It's programmed to include several virtual venues and, of course, active interaction between its participants. So for you to navigate easily and comfortably from one venue to the other, we'll take a short guided tour around the forum virtual space and explain all technical aspects. Should you have any questions on the way, please feel free to ask. You can also use the chat bar for communicating with the forum organizers and with each other. It will be also open during the forum time for your questions to the panelists and to the speakers. So here I'm pleased and honored to hand over the virtual mic to the forum convener, past District Governor 2019-2020 of District 2232, Rotary Public Image Coordinator for Zone 21A in 2021-2024, Mykola Steblyanko. Mykola, we're waiting for you on our stage. Morning, or it's already afternoon here in Ukraine. So happy to see you.
Sorry, that's the problem with my microphone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good day, good night. I said these words because our event will be today very international. As our statistics, and now we have registration from 55 countries worldwide. Thank you so much, dear fellows Rotarians, that you come in here. I hope you will enjoy this event, and this event will be very useful for you. And your choice is very right, because this is the right place when you can not just sit in today. You can engage in our event. You can interact with attendees, with others professionals. Let's connect our relationship, partnership, and let's share our knowledge. And I would like to show you how today the participants can interact during this day. I will show my my screen, and I will demonstrate for you as attendee what you can do here on the forum platform. So first of all, on the left side, you can see the main menu with the six sections. For example, now we are on the reception. On the reception. The reception is the main page of this forum. Here you can see what now is a live in the event. For example, you can see the message plenary session is live now. So you should go to the stage, and on the left you can see the sign that's the stage now is live. Then description about forum, about partners that supported our forum. Also, you can find here the schedule of each event, each actions, what we will have during the day. You can add each action to your agenda, and before this before this action, the system will announce you that this action will be very soon. That's all of the reception. Let's go to the another section. After below of reception, there is stage. You are now at the stage, and I come to the stage, and I hope, yes, I see right now my demonstration, and I would like to show that below the video player, you can see the program of the speeches, the program of all our activity on the stage. Let's go then. The sessions. On the stage, we will have 2 plenary sessions. Between this plenary session, we will have breakout rooms. And that will be on the session in this area, sessions area. For example, you can see I go inside the sessions area, and I see five rooms, 5 breakout rooms. You can, as attendee, you can choose each of this room, go inside, and now you can see that there is no activity, but after the finish of the second plenary session, here will be the moderators that will start the discussion. For example, here I am in the peace building. I'm sorry, peace building room. And if you would like, you can leave one room, go to the another room, and you can change if you would like what topics you are interested. You can go to these breakout rooms. Next area, it calls networking. What is this? This is the private conversation one-to-one between attendees. You just go to these areas, click on join, and apply, and perhaps some attendee can join for you for your conversation. For example, now I see Ranjiv Shrestha would like to connect with me and for the conversate. Please use this tool to conversate with attendees. You will have 3 minutes for conversation with one attendee, then it will be finished, and then we'll connect with the another attendees. For example, now my system is connecting with Shap Elavar. Yes. Hi, Shap. Fine, thanks. Shap, now we demonstrate how to use the networking area, and now we are in the private conversation. So I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see you here. I know we are working hard to this forum, and thank you. My personal thank you to you. You will be today the moderator of panel session, so see you there. Yes, dear friends, you can conversate with each attendee as I right now show it. Let's go next area. This is the expo area. This is the booth, our booth from partners. And also, first of all, there is a photo booth. You can create for your memory. You can make your selfie. Just click on this button, take a selfie. Will be open a new window with the virtual photo booth. Start the booth. Yes, that's me. Camera. Yes, this is my photo. If I don't like retake. If I like, just save. Yes, there is the preparing of your picture, and this is your picture. You can send to your email. You can already share to Facebook, Twitter, and download to your computer. What else in the expo area? In the expo area, we have the booth from our Rotary partners, Rotary fellowships and action groups. We tried to cover all Rotary areas of focus. As you can see, we have expo booths about peace, healthcare, water, education, business, environment, and also peace. Also, we have the booth from our partners, International Yachting Fellowship, so Rotarians. Please welcome to each booth to see the information about this fellowship. For example, I'm inside in the expo booth of Yacht Fellowship. There is the special introduction from the chair of fellowship. Also, here is the contacts of fellowship and the information how to join the fellowship if you would like to join them. Below the video, you can find additional information about fellowship. So please go to the expo area and get all information that we provide for you for today. And especially for me, I invite you to the booth of Rotary in Ukraine. First of all, you can get knowledge about history of Rotary Ukraine and the current information about our Rotarians in Ukraine and our activity. Also, here is the context of Rotary in Ukraine. And if you would like to cooperate with Rotary Ukraine, please register interest and we will get the message for you and we will contact you later after the forum and we will continue our connection. Below the video player, you can see the map with Rotary clubs on the territory of Ukraine. So, and the last area on the main session, that's replay. Replay, it means there will be the recordings of plenary sessions, the recordings of breakout rooms. After our forum, these recordings will appear here, and during 2 days after the forum, if you or your friends missed something during our forum, you just can visit again this forum and go to replay to see the recordings of each plenary session and breakout session. That's about the main menu that's on the left side, but we have very powerful tools on the right side. I would like to show what you can do from the right side. Yes, you can see the first section, that's event. Here is the chat. I see lots of messages from participants. Yes, please, dear friends, share your impressions, share your thoughts. We are welcoming to chatting during our forum. Also, I would like to show you the tool that you can see about the registered participants. You can see all list of the participants, and this green sign, it means that now this participant in the forum, and you can connect with them. For example, Ranjiv Shrestha, I open his contact. I can invite him to video call, schedule a meeting with him, or send the message. So please, dear friends, use this tool to also have a conversation with the participants during our forum. Also, there is forum poll. Please, we are welcoming to do this poll because we are interested. What you the most interested? For example, me, I am interested in the stage, the breakout areas, expo booths, and networking. You can choose from 1 to 5 points and submit. After only in our closing remarks, we will show these results of our poll. Also, there is section Rotary Feed. This is special information from Rotary International, last news from Rotary International, from Facebook page of Rotary International. But it's not the end of our interactive zone. On the stage, just a second. In the stage, you can see also chat of the stage, and also we have Kahoot. Kahoot, it's a quiz. Please, dear friends, check your knowledge about Rotary Vocational. How to do it? You should put the game pin. Game pin is 0, 19, 19, 250. We will copy this pin to the chat later, and you will have this pin. And enter. The Kahoot quiz will start. Yes, you please write your name, for example, Mykola. Okay, and quiz is start. What do you know about Rotary Vocational Service? There will be 10 questions, and you just choose the right question. For example, vocational service is one of Rotary areas of focus, Rotary Fellowship, one of Rotary's avenue of service, Rotary Action Group. I choose this. Yes, I correct, and you can follow to the next question, etc. So please use this tool to check your knowledge about Rotary Vocational. And also, I invite you to the Forum Cloud. This is our common brainstorming, our common, how to say, our thoughts about forum. Just share your impressions about forum, about, for example, great, interesting, and good, and submit. In the end of our day, we will show our vocational cloud that will be forming by your impressions. So thank you so much, dear friends. We are going to the end of integration session. Hope you will enjoy our event, and please be active, because this is the place not just for sitting behind the window. I showed you that that will be lots of possibility to interact, and this is the place for building strong connection between Rotarians and in our Rotary Vocational Service as a venue of service. I'm finishing my demonstration, and I would like to pass the floor to Tatiana.
Thank you, Mikola, for guiding us through all the virtual venues of the forum and all the opportunities to interact and to get engaged in the forum to get maximum experience of today's event. Thank you, Chihab, for joining in to showcase how it works. So the clock is ticking and we are closer and closer to the forum official opening ceremony to celebrate Vocational Service Month in Rotary, which is observed in January, and to share our achievements, ideas, plans in the area to serve to change lives. So, dear fellow Rotarians, dear forum attendees, let the symbolic countdown to the forum opening ceremony start. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, dear fellow Rotarians. I'm sure that all of you got the vibe from our intro video, and let's keep this vibe till the very last minute of our forum. Founded as a business networking organization, Rotary emphasizes the importance of bringing together business and professional leaders for the purpose of exchanging ideas, developing relationships, and improving our communities. Thus, Rotary members are committed to professional development and advancing their skills. January is the Vocational Service Month in Rotary calendar, and this is a good time to strengthen the network of Rotary professional connections. Here it's worth quoting the Rotary founder Paul Harris, who once wrote, "Each Rotarian is a connecting link between the idealism of Rotary and their trade or profession." Vocational service, being one of the avenues of Rotary services, is gaining special importance. The Rotary unity of professionals from different fields allow us to create projects that respond to today's challenges most effectively. The Rotary Vocational Forum is planned to strengthen Rotary relations and create a platform for connections between Rotarians as professionals from different countries, while exemplifying and embracing diversity, equity, and inclusion as part of everything we do at Rotary. We value diversity and celebrate contributions of people of all backgrounds across age, ethnicity, race, color, disability, learning style, religion, faith, socioeconomic status, culture, marital status, language spoken, sex, sexual orientation, and gender identify, as well as differences in ideas, thoughts, and beliefs. So in line with our value of integrity, we are committed to being honest and transparent about where we are in our diversity, equity, and inclusion journey as an organization, and to continue learning and to do better. So thank you for choosing to spend this Monday with us at our second International Vocational Forum and have this really energetic start into the new week with us and celebrate Vocational Service Month in Rotary, to learn, to share, to do, and to be better. So, ladies and gentlemen, please settle yourself comfortably in your seats because we are taking off with our forum. And during the forum, as Mykola has already said, during the integration session, each of you will find something interesting in the plenary sessions on the main stage, during the breakout sessions in session zone, at professional booths and in expo zone, or during one-on-one meetings in the network zone. So please also remember that about the forum virtual photo booth, where you can make a memory photo and share it via your social media, spreading the word of Rotary. We believe that this forum will sow the seeds of successful partnership projects promoting Rotary action groups and fellowships, benefiting our local and global communities while implementing Rotary's commitment of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Rotarians, I invite you to raise to the anthem of Rotary. It will be performed live by Rotarian Victoria Letenko, District 2232, who was appointed a Rotary Art Committee Chair, and Victoria is also a member of the International Fellowship of Rotarian Musicians. So the Rotary Anthem will be live streamed from Kharkiv and uniting us all regardless of where we are. So once again, welcome to the second International Vocational Forum hosted by Rotary Ukraine and proudly supported by Rotary Action Group for Peace, International Rotary Fellowship of Healthcare Professionals, Water, Sanitation, Hygiene Rotary Action Group, Rotary Means Business Fellowship, Environmental Sustainability Rotarian Action Group, International Yachting Fellowship of Rotarians, and Rotary Peace Fellowship Alumni Association. As you know, none of the big international events in Rotary is held without the traditional flag parade, which are carried by the representatives of participating countries. Our flag parade will have the virtual format, and the video is about to start. So if you have your flag at hand, join in, make a selfie with it against the screen as the video is playing, and share photos in your social media. Please know that the parade will feature those flags of forum country participants which are registered no later than Sunday evening, that is yesterday evening. So I'm ready with my flag. So the flag parade.
Flags of the Rotary world. Argentina,
Armenia,
Austria, Bahrain,
Belarus, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Brazil, Bulgaria, Canada, People's Republic of China,
Colombia, Congo,
Croatia,
Cyprus, Egypt,
Finland, Georgia,
Germany, Greece,
Honduras,
India,
Israel,
Italy,
Jamaica, Jordan,
Lebanon, Lithuania,
Malaysia, Mexico,
Nepal,
Netherlands,
New Zealand,
Nigeria,
North Macedonia,
Pakistan, Palestine, Poland,
Portugal,
Romania,
Russia, Serbia,
Singapore, South Africa, Spain, Sweden,
Switzerland, Turkey,
United Arab Emirates, Uganda,
Ukraine, the United Kingdom, the United States of America, Zambia,
one flag that unites us all, the flag of Rotary International.
So, feeling the unity of Rotary, I'm happy and honored to introduce the welcome message from Rotary International President 2021-2022, Shehar Mehta. So we have this video address from our president, which is gonna play now.
Hello friends, it is my great honor to send you good wishes from Rotary leadership and from all across the family of Rotary. We join Rotary because we love people and we love spending time together. Through your commitment to Rotary, you express your belief in Rotary values, the importance of fellowship and your commitment to service above self. You help make the organization it is. As our vision statement says, together we see a world where people unite and take action to create lasting change across the globe, in our communities and in ourselves. Thank you for being an active Rotarian and for being a part of the Rotary family. Your commitment helps demonstrate how we serve to change lives. You help to grow more and do more. I'm sure each one of you will help Rotary to grow as I ask you to each one bring one. This one act will keep our organization to grow like never before. Remember, bringing in a member is every Rotarian's individual responsibility. Even as we grow more, we will be able to do more. We will do more by doing bigger, better and bolder projects. Projects that should be sustainable and have long-lasting impact and are of scale. Let us focus on the 7 areas of focus, and even as we do so, let there be a special emphasis on empowering girls. Even today, my friends, around the world, there is discrimination and disadvantage for the girls. Girls are 50% of our world. They deserve equal treatment and equal opportunities. Diversity, mind you, is a core value of Rotary, and DEI is very important to us. We not only need to create awareness for empowering girls, but also do meaningful projects to empower them so young women can have improved opportunities worldwide. Friends, there is so much we can do to serve people by bringing fresh, clean water to them, create better health and education facilities, work to protect our environment, and work towards peace in this world. Even as you serve to change lives, you will realize that your own lives have been changed for good. As Gandhi said, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. So friends, let us serve to change lives. Namaste.
So we are grateful to Rotary International President Shahar Mehta for this message of inspiration and motivation. And please, dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome our next speaker, who will join us also live online. This is Rotary International President nominee for 2023-2024, Gordon McInally, who will highlight the importance of vocational service as one of the Rotary's avenue of service. So Gordon McInally is a member of Rotary Club of South Queensferry from Scotland. He's a dentist, having owned a busy general dental practice in Edinburgh for many years until stepping back from full-time practice in 2016. He also has extensive experience in training and mentoring dental professionals. Gordon joined the Rotary Club of South Queensferry in 1984 and has held many roles within the club. He was district governor in 1997-1998 and served as president of Rotary in Great Britain and Ireland in 2004-2005. A member of the Rotary International Board of Directors between 2007 and 2009. He has subsequently served extensively on the number of Rotary International committees. So, Gordon, good morning, good afternoon, happy to see you. So the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. And my friends, thank you for such a warm welcome. And thank you, Tatiana, for such a fulsome and, if I might say, far too generous introduction. You are much too kind. I have to say, even 4 months into the role, I still have to pinch myself when I'm introduced as the RI President nominee. I can't help but feel that some mistake has been made somewhere along the way. I guess it'll be up to all of you to decide if some mistake was made somewhere along the way when we reach the 30th of June 2024, or maybe even in the next 20 minutes. It's a great privilege to be part of your meeting today, even although it's on a virtual basis. I'm sure we would much rather have all been face to face today, but of course it's the very fact that we are gathered on a virtual basis that has allowed us to join with so many people from so many different locations. And it's good to see you all. At the outset, and if it's not too late, can I wish everyone a happy new year? It's always been a challenge to me to know when to stop wishing people a happy new year. But the end of January seems a good break point. And of course, I have just made it, with today being the last day of the month. I sincerely hope 2022 is not only happy, but also peaceful and above all healthy for all of you. When I was initially asked to join you today, it was suggested I talk about the importance of vocational service as an avenue of service. And of course, I am happy to do so, particularly in this, the month of January, which, as we have already heard, is designated as Vocational Service Month. Of our 5 avenues of service, club service, vocational service, community service, youth service, and international service, I sometimes think vocational service is the one given the least importance. Many people consider it to be something of a lackluster subject. Maybe that's because it's often misunderstood. And yet for me, vocational service is the golden thread that runs through all of Rotary and is in many ways our USP, the unique selling point that sets us apart from other service organisations. Vocational service is enshrined within the object of Rotary, that great philosophical statement of Rotary's purpose and the responsibilities of Rotarians. The concept of vocational service is rooted in the second element of the object of Rotary, which, as you well know, calls on Rotarians to encourage and foster high ethical standards in business and professions, the recognition of the worthiness of all useful occupations, and the dignifying of each Rotarian's occupation as an opportunity to serve society. So recognising that vocational service is such a key part of our Rotary service, as Rotarians, how can we put these ideals I have just listed into action? Well, it's not rocket science, but to help put them into action, we could consider these actions. Talking about our professions in our clubs and taking time to learn about fellow members' occupations. Using our skills and expertise to serve a community. Practice our professions with integrity and inspire others to behave ethically through our words and through our actions. We could help young people achieve their career goals, and we can guide and encourage others in their professional development. By undertaking these activities, we bring vocational service to life, because as I have already indicated, vocational service is the very essence of Rotary and serves as the foundation from which we serve our communities around the world. It was Arthur Sheldon, the father of vocational service, who, speaking at the 1910 Rotary International Convention, the first to be held in Chicago, said, and I quote, "Business is the science of human service, and he profits most who serves his fellows best." Sheldon's language might be considered somewhat archaic 112 years later, but the sentiments he conveyed are as relevant in 2022 as they were in 1910, possibly even more so as we build forward from a global pandemic that has had us in its grip for 2 years. In the months and indeed in the years ahead, the world will seek to rebuild our societies and economies. I would suggest that as Rotarians, it is our responsibility to ensure the rebuilding, the reforming, and the reshaping that will be needed is carried out in an ethical manner. This is who we are, and this is what we do. In fact, you could say we were built for this. I recognize I'm preaching to the choir when I say that Rotary emphasizes integrity and high ethical standards, and that 2 standards developed by Rotarians, the 4-way test and the Rotarian Code of Conduct, provide a roadmap for ethical behaviour in the workplace and other areas of life, but I never think it does any harm to restate them and to remember that. Can I remind you Our four-way test was conceived in 1932 by businessman Herbert J. Taylor, a member of the Rotary Club of Chicago who ultimately served as Rotary International President in 1954-55. Having taken on the task of saving a company from bankruptcy, Taylor developed the test as an ethical guide to follow in all business matters. The company survived, and its survival was credited to this simple philosophy. Adopted by Rotary International in 1934, the four-way test remains to this day an essential standard against which we measure ethical behaviour. It's been translated into dozens of languages and promoted by Rotarians worldwide. I had a framed copy of it hanging in my dental office for over 30 years. Our Rotarian Code of Conduct provides a framework for ethical behaviour that we can all use together with the four-way test in our business and professional activities. As part of Rotary's guiding principles and the avenues of service, vocational service calls on Rotarians to empower others by using our unique skills and expertise to address community needs and help others discover new professional opportunities and interests. By including men and women from diverse professions and backgrounds, Rotary recognises the importance of all skills and all occupations. A vibrant Rotary Club reflects the businesses, organisations and professions in its community, embracing diversity in experiences and perspectives. Our professional lives and vocational service go together. We have a dual responsibility to represent our occupations within our club and also to exemplify the ideals of Rotary in our places of work. By doing so, we can raise awareness of Rotary and attract more people to join us. And of course, recruiting and, more importantly, retaining new members is arguably more important now than it has ever been. The demands being placed on Rotary are ever increasing, and in many ways we are victims of our own success. But to meet the demands being placed on us, we need more hands, and that means more members. My personal vision for Rotary is that clubs, groups, call them what you will, should exist everywhere in a style to suit everyone who has a desire to be part of us and to help us fulfill our mission in the world. We are seeing global membership rise this year as a result of President Shaker's Each One Get One initiative. But with that initiative, there also comes a great responsibility. And so I look forward to each one keeping one in the years ahead. It has always concerned me that so many new members choose to leave Rotary relatively soon after joining. I was staggered to discover that 1.3 million people joined Rotary in the 10 years to July 2019. Yet over the same period, our global membership fell by 20,000. 10% of those who join Rotary leave again during the same year they join. Now, something is wrong somewhere. And with respect, the problem doesn't lie with the new members we lose. It lies with us. And it may well be that by reprioritizing vocational service, we can arrest this huge turnover rate. I sometimes think we have moved too far away from our founding principles as a business networking organization, where Rotary emphasised the importance of bringing together business and professional leaders for the purpose of exchanging ideas, developing relationships, and improving communities. That was true vocational service, and we are diminished if we lose it. I'm conscious that as part of your programme today, you're going to spend time exploring ways of putting vocational service into practice, especially through the work of various Rotarian action groups. Time precludes me from diving too deeply into all you will discuss, but I cannot overemphasize the importance of peace building as you do so. This is so important in a world where peace is such a fragile community. We live in a time of unprecedented technological advances, but sadly, we also live in a time of destruction and human suffering as a result of wars and other atrocities. We only have to look at recent events across our world where so many innocent people have lost their lives in the name of war and in terrorism. I ask this question. In this, the 21st century, as Rotary moves forward in its second century of service, will we be spending as much time and energy on human understanding and relationships as we do on technological developments? I sincerely hope we do, because mankind must find a way of living together in peace and friendship and love if we're to leave a proper legacy for our children and our children's children. Humanity that has grown up scientifically and technologically now needs to grow up even more by pointing the whole human race beyond the petty divisions of nepotism, race, and creed. Can I return to the object of Rotary to which I referred earlier and remind you of the fourth element, which says, and I quote, "To encourage and foster the advancement of international understanding, goodwill, and peace throughout a world fellowship of business and professional men and women united in the ideal of service." End quote. Too many people in this world have experienced war. Rotarians, thankfully, are committed to working for peace. And never forget, peace is more, much more, than the absence of war. Peace is freedom. Peace is healthy children and adults. Peace is clean water and sufficient food. Peace is education, human rights, dignity, clothing, housing, and concern for mankind. But most of all, peace is love. The late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, and again I quote, "We must discover the power of love, the redemptive power of love. And when we discover that, we will be able to make of this old world a new world, for love is the only way." There is power in love. Don't underestimate it. Don't even sentimentalize it. There is power in love. Power in love to help and heal when nothing else can. Power in love to lift up and liberate when nothing else will. Power in love to show us the way to live. And if you don't believe me, just stop, and to use a word you may just have heard somewhere else in Rotary over the past week or so, imagine. Imagine a world where love is the way. Imagine homes and families where love is the way. Imagine neighborhoods and communities where love is the way. Imagine governments and nations where love is the way. Imagine business and commerce where love is the way. Where love is the way, then no child will go to bed hungry in this world ever again. When love is the way, justice will flow like a mighty river. When love is the way, poverty will become history. And when love is the way, there is plenty of room, plenty of good room for all. Because when love is the way, where peace is the way, we actually treat each other like we are family. And what better aspirations could we as Rotarians have? What greater hope could we as Rotarians give to this world than a sense of love and peace and family? As I have travelled round the world on a virtual basis over the past few months, I've often quoted the late US Senator Robert Kennedy, and I make no apologies for doing so again today. Kennedy, whilst addressing the University of Cape Town in South Africa in June of 1966, said this: "Like it or not, we live in interesting times. They are times of danger and uncertainty, but they are also the most creative of any time in the history of mankind. And everyone here will ultimately be judged, will ultimately judge themselves on the effort they have contributed to building a new world society and the extent to which their ideals and goals have shaped that effort." 56 years on from Kennedy's address, in these current times of danger and uncertainty, let us recognize they are also among the most creative of any time in the history of Rotary. Let us make sure we are judged on the effort we have contributed to rebuild our broken world and the extent our combined ideals and goals have shaped that effort as we build forward better to create a more peaceful world, using all the many tools in our Rotary toolbox, particularly that of vocational service. My friends, thank you for giving me this opportunity to meet and to speak with you. Thank you for all you do for Rotary. I wish you every success during the years ahead. We are all embarking on an exciting journey together, and I look forward to working alongside you. Each and every one of you is a credit to the badge you wear, and I am very proud to belong to the same organization as you. Thank you very much.
Dear Gordon, thank you very much for this truly passionate speech. I myself had goosebumps, so I'm sure that the rest of the forum participants did as well. Thank you for bringing the matter of peace and love to the table and focusing on that, because that's really what makes us better. And thank you for your wishes for the new 2022. Actually, tomorrow is the Chinese New Year, so your wishes came just in time. So let us all enjoy this new year full of peace and love. And there were some questions in the chat bar, but we will share them with you so that you can also reply to these questions as we have to proceed with our program. And thank you once again for this truly inspiration which you gave us. Well, and speaking of professionals of various areas, there's definitely the one who speak the universal language, which is equally understood worldwide. And this language is music. And also following the words and the message of Gordon McKinley, I'd say that music is also the language of love and peace. So now I would like to invite to our virtual stage Mykola Miroshnichenko, who is the member of Rotary Club Kharkiv International, and he's also member of the International Fellowship of Rotarian Musicians. Mykola will perform two world-recognized pieces, Italian Polka by Sergei Rachmaninov and super virtuosic Flight of the Bumblebee by Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov. So Mykola, the floor is yours. So your round of applause for Mykola Miroshnichenko for giving us this wonderful music performance. A little spoiler, we're going to enjoy his playing later at the forum, so stay tuned. And this very performance became a very good introduction to our next speech, which will touch upon the issue already mentioned by Gordon McKinley, peace service in Rotary, for music being a mighty peacemaker and harmonizer. And I'm pleased to invite our next speaker at our plenary session, Alison Sutherland. Alison is an immediate past chair of Rotary Action Group for Peace. So now we are waiting for Alison joining us on our main stage. Alison gonna make the presentation. So our technical team will help now Alison to join. Yeah, Alison, good afternoon. Happy to see you.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Nice to see you, smiling radiantly as always you are, and emitting this positivity. So I'm passing this virtual mic to you.
Thank you so much. It's a huge privilege for me to be on this call, more so because the number of countries which are represented, so much expertise which is here, which makes me feel a little apprehensive, thinking there are people on this call that know far more than I. But the thing we all share is the passion to be a change in the world for good. I was excited to follow on from Gordon, who was speaking from Scotland. And I am speaking from Wales. So for us, this is great to be able to speak from what we would call the regions of the UK. So I was asked to speak on the unification of professional peace builders for a stronger Rotary Action Group for Peace and better service. The Rotary Action Group for Peace is the primary Rotary Action Group for peace and conflict prevention and resolution. Action groups come under Rotary International, who guide the constitutions of action groups. The Rotary Action Group for Peace is not a funding body for projects, as are clubs and districts, but what it is an organisation whose strategic plan is to educate, empower, and engage Rotarians and Rotaractors and the family of Rotary. This plan does not actually stop, as I say, with Rotaractors. It covers the whole of the Rotary family. So Interactors, Rota Kids, RILA, Youth Exchange, and so on. At the core of the RAG for Peace are youth. We all know that a child is not born with prejudice or baggage. This is all passed on as that child grows. It can be passed on within the home, family, friends, community, faith. So, just as a child may have this placed upon them, so too a child may be shown another way, a way of not seeing differences, not having prejudices, a sense of justice and harmony. How is this possible? The RAG for Peace was formed over 12 years ago with its registered office in Oregon in the USA. Since its inception, it's grown its membership and originally had a business model employed with a full-time paid ED, executive director, and other staff. Now, over the past year, the RAG has been transitioning from having a full-time paid ED and staff to utilising the expertise and skills of its directors for the day-to-day running of the RAG. There's no decision at this time as to whether this will be the model to be adopted going forward or whether we'll revert back to the original business model. But a big advantage of this transition model is that the RAG is not having to raise large sums of money to cover salaries and staffing. To date, the RAG has been indebted to Al Jubitz, the founder of the RAG, who's been its principal sponsor. However, it's recognised that the RAG should stand on its own 2 feet with a business model to suit, and there's more appetite for the RAG to be technically supporting more global grant projects for peace. Now, for the past 3 years, the RAG for Peace has been promoting Peace Builder clubs. What is a Peace Builder club? Well, each Rotary club has a team or committee or whatever it's called, say representing foundation, membership, youth, etc. The RAG asks that a club have a team or committee representing peace, that team or committee has a minimum of 2 Rotarians, and those 2 Rotarians are paid members of the RAG. They're asked to educate themselves in peace, and they can do this by accessing the many materials available produced by Rotary International, the Peace Academy, the Institute of Economics and Peace, and of course the RAG website. Now, having done this, we ask them to identify the areas of peace which their club is currently doing. Now, it's surprising that most Rotarians may not realise that practically all of them are already doing peace. For instance, supporting a school's literacy project in any way is doing peace, because the rights of a child say they're entitled to education. In having education, they're less likely to fall into poverty. They will have gender equality, playtime, well-being, protection, guidance, and the list goes on and on. Think about the projects which your club are currently doing. Do they have peace in them? All of the other 6 areas of focus have an element of peace. You cannot install water if you cannot access the site. You cannot vaccinate against polio if you don't have agreement to actually go and do it. So as you think about those other areas, it's easy to see where peace comes in. I know when I stepped into the peace arena around 7-8 years ago, and my DG said, my district governor said, we don't have anyone doing peace. Who will do it? And I said, I will. I was young, enthusiastic. And after I said that, I thought, but what is it? And it took me around 2 years to work that out. And it seemed to me like a passing cloud. But over the years, I've come to realize that peace is all around us. It's in everything that we do and everything that we are. So whilst we encourage Rotarians and clubs to become more educated, empowered, and engaged in peace, we recognize that this is best done in collaboration with Rotarians who have knowledge and experience in the realm of peace. Now, if a Rotary district had a number of peace builder clubs, they could network together. They could perhaps have a district peace officer or chair, subject to the DG and the governing council of the district. But then they could collaborate using district grants and global grants. And we know that there is more need now than ever for clubs to collaborate together on global grants. Because due to COVID, many clubs have used their monies for food pantries or for equipment for hospitals, etc., etc. They've been hampered with fundraising because of restrictions with lockdown or social distancing, etc. So therefore, it seems logical for us to perhaps collaborate one with another and share our resources and the expertise. Something else here in the UK, in fact, yesterday I was on a training session where we have many Rotarians trained as mediators for their districts. For some, it's their profession, and they are able to utilize their profession, their expertise and skills in supporting, training, and helping other Rotarians. There are opportunities in the RAC for peace builders to come together and to network. Most notably is a weekly 1-hour Zoom meeting on Wednesdays, which is for peace builders. They come from different countries. They share what they're doing and what they want to do. They support, assist, and collaborate with each other. And this is made easy during this time of COVID because of Zoom. COVID has been dreadful. For many, it's caused loss of life and hardship. It's also been an opportunity for Rotary to connect the world, which has made it easier because people haven't had to travel, they haven't had to pay for airfares, you haven't had to pay fees for speakers. It's an opportunity. And this weekly Zoom meeting took this opportunity. Now, for example, one attendee from Turkey was interested in learning more about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And on that same call was a past district governor from Florida with a doctorate in behavioral psychology. She produced a 4-part workshop on diversity, equity, and inclusion. They were linked together, and the result being an excellent 4-part workshop being put on in Turkey, again with participants from other countries. And there are plans to follow this up. This was a first for Turkey. The word equity had to be unpacked because it's not a common word in Turkey. Now, Rotary International also has cadres made up of individuals who have expertise in their given field, but not least of all it has Peace Fellows, those who've gone through one of our 7 Peace Centres. The Peace Fellows come from all walks of life and all around the world, and they work in many different fields, i.e. the UN, local government, journalism, humanitarian, and agencies, so on. They have a good understanding of the causes of conflict and the possible solutions for avoidance of conflicts. In addition, Rotary International partners with a number of other organizations who know the region, they know the challenges, they have local teams, they speak the language, and they're well versed in the culture and traditions, as well as having that specialist knowledge. So I'm thinking of Mediators Beyond Borders, Institute of Economics and Peace, Peace Corps, USAID, and of course the UN. Now, an example of that, of working with other organizations, I would take for myself from Wales. I, as District Peace Officer, I work with universities, I work with NGOs, the government, but I also work with the Home Office. And the advantage of that is that as I work to seek to deliver programs for refugees and prisoners, etc., that I can use their expertise, their guidance, and they link me up with others so that what I offer actually dovetails into what else is being offered, which increases the impact and also makes it a much better project, because as opposed to my just doing it from the heart, it's a project which will meet the need of what is required. And Gandhi said that we need to be the change that we want to see. Martin Luther King said he had a dream. Paul Harris said that individuals and nations owe it to themselves and the world to become involved. A large part of the work of the Action Group is education and empowerment. Each of these were great men, but their life's work was made greater by linking up with others who shared their values and their passion. It's the same for peace. No one Rotarian is expected to promote peace alone. They should link up with other Rotarians, other Rotary organizations, the Action Group, and also the non-Rotary organizations, each working to their strengths to identify the issue, devise a response to the issue, and implement a solution to the issue. And as Gordon said, the thing that we have, the advantage we have above all else, we don't represent countries, we don't represent languages. We are all Rotarians. That's what unites us. We have that shared passion, we have the shared object of peace, we have the shared four-way test for Rotarians. That enables us to link up, to strengthen what we're doing, and to reach further, to do more work for peace. So I conclude by saying that I hope this has been helpful, and I look forward to seeing some of you in the workshop later today. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Alison. Thank you very much for highlighting the importance of unification of professional peace builders for better peace service and putting special emphasis on youth as the core of peace service. So today, later on the program, on the agenda of our forum, there are going to be also speakers from Rotaractors, alumni of Rotary programs such as RILA and Rotary Peace Fellowship. So thank you very much for your message, which had very important highlights for us. And we're going to continue with the agenda. So once again, many thanks to the speakers of the first plenary session of the second Vocational Rotary Forum. Next on our agenda is the panel discussion, Diversity, Equity and Inclusion in Vocational Service. And before we start the discussion, we have the video message on the Rotary commitment from Katarina Katsali-Papadimitriou, Rotary International Director of Zones 21 and 22.
Dear fellow Rotarians, everyone who engages with Rotary should feel valued, respected, and welcomed. These ideas reflect what members expect from their Rotary involvement: appreciation, ethical leadership, inclusion, and the opportunity to work together to do good in their world and change lives for better. Rotary welcomes people of all backgrounds, cultures, experiences, and identity. Rotary urges us to cultivate a diverse, equitable, and inclusive culture, opening opportunities to underrepresented groups to participate as members and leaders. We are ready to open opportunities, create more paths to leadership, amplify our conversations to diverse voices, and adapt how we operate to the new circumstances. The Board of Directors, with guidance from the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force, revisited and took measures to strengthen Rotary's DI statement adopted initially in 2019. The result is a new commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. At Rotary, you understand that cultivating a diverse, equitable, and inclusive culture is essential to realizing our vision of a world where people unite and take action to create lasting change. Today's forum will highlight the emphasis of DEI in vocational service. Organizations increasingly recognize the importance of having a diverse workforce, which is crucial in improving the firm's performance. Diversity adds both tangible and intangible value, even if it incurs certain operational difficulties and costs. Diversity provides many potential advantages to organizations. It helps reach out to diverse customers and markets, and opening new perspectives, it promotes innovation, higher work outcome, and performance. Beyond a diverse workplace, we notice an increasingly shift to an inclusive environment that increases effectiveness. In a report by Deloitte, Rotary's auditing firm, it is argued that diversity and inclusion lead to improved business outcomes, and diversity means more than just having a sprinkle of women and a dab of color. Diversity management alone is insufficient to improve performance. To increase the gains, we should create inclusive workplaces characterized by cooperative leadership and qualified employees. Diversity, equity, and inclusion strategies in a vocational environment should address issues like the exclusion of people from different backgrounds and the barriers to their active participation in businesses. A DEI culture is instrumental for encouraging different perspectives and ideas that foster innovation, and there is evidence that it optimizes financial performance. Heartiest congratulations to the organizers of this forum on diversity, equity, and inclusion, which will emphasize the importance of a new approach in vocational service as a key driver of innovation and success of organizations on a global scale. Thank you and enjoy the sessions.
So thank you, Katerina, and I'm calling back to the main stage the forum convener, Mykola Steblanko, whom I'm passing the mic to introduce the panelists of the panel discussion and to moderate this session. So Mykola, I can see you, everything works well, we can see you. I hope we can hear you as well.
Thank you, Tatiana. Yes, I would like to introduce our panelists. They are from different countries, and we will see how Rotary do good in the world. So, first the panelist, Regina Honu. CEO of Soronka Academy, Hannah. Hello, Regina. Next.
Hello.
Next panelist is Claudia Calauri, Rotary Peace Fellow from Italy.
Hello, Nicole. Hello, everyone. Hello, Regina.
Next panelist, Jean-Marcel Ritter.
Hello,
Past governor. Hello. Next panelist, Yulia Andreeva, Raila Ukraine coordinator. Hello, Yulia.
Hi, participants and dear panelists.
And one more panelist is Dilavar Abro, district Rotaract representative. Hello, Dilavar. So, dear friends, we invite you to discuss about diversity, equity, and inclusion in our Rotary service as a vocational service. I would like to give the floor to Regina. I know you have a very big and famous project empowering girls and Soronka Academy. Please share information about your project.
Okay, thank you so much. So it's a pleasure to be on this panel to talk about two things that I think are very important, which is diversity and inclusion, and also how to be intentional. And I'm happy to share on our Rotary project, which was funded by a global grant. So it's in partnership with Rotary International, Rotary Club of Limburger Hof in Germany, and then the host, which is Rotary Club of Accra Airport. So in this program, we're training girls on how to lead and innovate by creating technology. So we take girls from 17 to 25 years old from underprivileged backgrounds, and then we teach them the skill of coding, digital skills, and then we connect them to job opportunities. So next picture, please. So as you can see, the girls get a lot of practical training. Another key thing is that they are taught by a female trainer, which I think is also very important, to sort of showcase mentors who are also female and are driving sort of technical teaching and showcasing what they can be. Next image. We also have, a very good class size of 25, and we are on cohort 6. Cohort 5 was launched by the Rotary International president. We're very fortunate to have had him come and see our program. So to date, we've trained 125 girls. The overall goal is to do 300 young girls. Next picture, please. And it's a very practical engagement. So it's important to prototype and show different things. Next picture, as they work towards solving community problems. And we also have different excursions. So in as much as we're teaching technology, we're introducing girls to different vocational skills. And in this session, the girls went on to a school that teaches welding to show also other women in other vocations. So it's good to have that exchange. And we're hoping that, there's a mix of technology in whatever field that you find in the vocational space. So if you're a welder, you can still add some technology to it. Next picture. Yeah, so this is, and it's good to build that community. So these are the girls engaging with other girls in the vocational space. Next picture. And the last piece is it's important for essential soft skills. So one of the things that we must build in young women that are going into vocational skills is to be confident, because if they are going into male-dominated spaces, they must be able to find their voices and be able to speak up and assert themselves. It's important that we have the female perspective. So another thing that we do is introduce the women to soft skills facilitators, trainers, who can really teach them how to be bold and confident, how to be leaders in their own right. Next picture. Sorry, next picture. Yes, and I like that, Rotary comes together. So after the training, we have Rotarians that support us to get internships for the young ladies. And we've placed over 40 women in different internships and jobs. And the Rotary clubs help us getting these internships. They also serve as mentors and also come and engage in the soft skills. They are present at every opening and closing ceremony, supporting the girls, even sometimes with transportation. And it's great that we also have support from the Rotary Club of Germany that really helps to shape, how the program is run. Next picture. Yes. So to conclude, I wanted to say that it has been a really great program. It has really made a difference in the lives of the young ladies that we've touched, and we've opened a lot of opportunities. We've had girls go from, you know, being unemployed to be fully employed. We've had girls use digital skills for different things. And I think it's a great testament to the fact that we can have more women in vocational skills, and then they can excel and do very well in this space. Thank you.
Sorry, so that's my meeting. Regina, thank you so much for this huge project, and thank you for your contribution for this global grant and our common Rotary service. So next panelist, please. We are going from Ghana to Italy. Claudia, what would you like to share with us?
Well, it's a big thank you, Mikola, and thank you, Rotary in Ukraine, for organizing this forum. It's a big responsibility that I have today, I think, because I'm speaking on behalf of the Rotary Peace Fellowship Alumni Association. And it's a great pleasure because also one of our board directors, Rukmini Iyer, is a member of the Rotary Task Force for Diversity, Equity and Inclusion. So another reason to be here today. So each would like to share a little bit of the work that the Alumni Association is doing and about Rotary Peace Fellows. So I am one of the 1,400 Rotary Peace Fellows that Peace Centers have trained since 2002. So for 20 years now, Rotary awards up to 130 fully funded fellowship for dedicated leaders from around the world to study at one of the Peace Centers at premier universities in the world. So I participated in the certificate program at the Rotary Peace Centers at Chulalongkorn University in Thailand. In my class 27, we were 21 diverse professionals from the 5 continents that learned together the power of positive peace and the challenges of bringing peace in our communities. So after Bangkok, I went back to Lebanon first, where I was living, and then home to Italy. And after a few months, the pandemic hit. And it was very difficult for a while to contribute to the service and the activities that I wanted to pursue after the program. So then it was then that I wondered, what can a peace fellow, like who learned how to be proactive and active in the community service, do when there is no physical community to be involved to be engaged with? So here I believe that lies the power of the association and the strength of the connections that we have established among ourselves as Peace Fellows and with Rotary clubs. So I kept in touch with my class and the other Peace Fellows through the groups on social media, and I got involved in some activities of the association, and I participated as I could from my house. So I also joined the Rotary Club Firenze that sponsored me at the fellowship. So now, so it was a full path from my side. Let me speak about a couple of examples about the work of the association. So on an international level, for example, the Alumni Association organized in 2020 and 2021 a 24-hour Global Peace Conference, which was not like a typical academic conference, but was more an interactive gathering of thought provokers, peace builders, and everyday people that build peace in their sphere of influence. Everyone had a part to play, and the Global Peace Conference was a huge volunteer-run initiative that was made possible thanks to the work of Peace Fellows around the world and the donations that we received. On the regional level, for example, the European chapter of the association is actively contributing to the Rotary Peace Project Incubator that cultivate and strengthen cooperation between Peace Fellows and Rotarians. So the incubator is aimed at developing peace projects that are tailored to address urgent community needs, and the projects are evaluated to be compatible with the Rotary Global Grants expectations. So a couple of examples, like we have a project, like Peace Fellows have projects in South Caucasus, for example, to empowering women as peace ambassadors and work in the post-conflict communities. There is another project in Eastern Ukraine that will work on building trust in post-conflict communities through mine action. Or another example in between Poland and Germany is another project that will work with music, since it's also a tool that you're using here today. So music to address the rise of intolerance and xenophobia in Poland and Germany and many other European countries, as that we know, unfortunately. So currently, for example, the Peace Project Incubator is looking for mentors, so motivated Rotarians that can help formulating and tweaking the project so it becomes a Rotary project. And I know that this is a very short time to there are hundreds, thousands of things to talk about. I hope I gave a little bit of the feeling of the vocational service that we as Peace Fellows are carrying out. And since we're entering in February, which is the Peace and Conflict Prevention Month, I invite all of us and all the participants to work together in the path towards building positive peace. So thank you again.
Thank you, Claudia. I would like to tell that all participants can visit the association booth and get all information and all contacts of your association and be in contact. So from Italy, we move to the neighbors, to France, to Paris. Jean-Marcel, I know about your very good project, 10 jours pour l'emploi.
Yes,
correct?
it's correct.
Yes,
please.
Hi.
Thank you for inviting me to this forum. I would like to share with you our wonderful work demonstration that Rotary is a true professional organization with the goal of serving. As part of the vocational action, the French district 1680, German and Switzerland borders organized a major action called les 10 jours de l'emploi, aimed at job seekers, employees in vocational retraining, students in search of internships, and apprenticeship contracts. The action was led by the district and made available to all clubs. It consisted of recording all the job and offers available in companies run by Rotarians, and moreover of supplementing this portfolio with offers collected by prospecting by all Rotarians of the clubs with the companies of their areas of establishment. All the offers collected have been put online on dedicated pages of the district's 1680 website, where people looking for a job or internship could consult them and answer them live. Each response going immediately directly to the company making the offer. The operation was accompanied by an extensive communication plan upstream, during, and downstream. The offer was announced to the public 20 days before the start, with an interview of the sponsor of the operation, our French Minister of Professional Integration, by myself, interview recorded on YouTube, more than 2,000 views in a very, very short time. Flyers to distribute and displays in job pools, interview with local radio stations in all the district, target communications from the district and clubs on their various social networks, completed the communication plan. Communication on levels of participation was also made during the 10 days. The action was a great success for a first time. All the clubs in the district were mobilized for a great cause, professional action. The result we obtained 7,387 site visits, 522 job, internships, apprenticeships, or work study contracts proposal, 167 trusted partner companies, 208 online application submissions. These figures do not take into account the mailing CVs direct to companies. This possibility also existed for people interested in an online offer. So this operation, it was the first time that the district does this action. It was a great action. Thank you for your attention. I hope this action will give you some ideas and that we learn one day that in another district, this action will have experienced the same success. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Marcel. What a great results of the first initiative.
Yes.
What the results? Super. Thank you so much. From France, we are going to Ukraine. Yulia, you
Hello.
are the coordinator of RILA Ukraine.
Yeah.
Please share information about your last RILA.
Thank you. Let me share my screen first of all. Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Just a second.
Oops.
What's going on?
I think you are seeing not correct screen.
It's okay. Share as you do.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yes. Yes. Please go ahead.
Okay, nice. Sorry for the delays. So I'm Yulia Andreeva, and currently I am a secretary of Rotary Club International of the District 2232, Ukraine, Belarus. And this year we, as usually, did a very big project, RILA Summer Series. As you all probably know, RILA stands for Rotary Youth Leadership Awards, and it will be really bad to not to emphasize that our first RILA in Ukraine was started in 2019 as a 4-day intensive overnight leadership training. At that time, it was initiated by Mykola Steblyanko, our moderator today, who at that time was a governor of the district. And the big part of the organization lead the Peace Corps volunteer, Shannon Carter, and other Peace Corps volunteers in Ukraine. The second Raila was held in Ukraine in 2020 as an online event because of the COVID situation. But that time we had about 700 registered attendees that were spanning 12 time zones, and it was also organized by Rotarians, Rotaractors, and returned Peace Corps volunteers. Moving on to the Raila 2021, we organized it as a summer series, and each Raila was held on Friday in the end of the week. So we were anticipating that young people will be able to share their time with us and finish their work week with the fun and very useful information. The topic of the Raila was building peace and opportunities in a changing world. So we invited about 9 representatives of different countries, and all responsibility for the coordination and communication with country representatives were held by Rotaractors of my club and also of other clubs in Ukraine. It's really important to emphasize that this time in our organization we involve not only Rotaractors from Ukraine and Rotarians from Ukraine and Peace Corps volunteers, but also some abroad Rotaractors were helping us in creating flags, creating logos, creating different posters for our page. So it was really a coordination plan which we were lucky to realize. What about the participations? We have about 100 registered and 40 attendees each Friday. I was working as a program manager, and of course I had a very nice coordinator, Shannon Carter, which was very helpful on each step. The big influence we also had from Shehab Elavar and Peter Meyer Rasmussen from District 2232. And on this slide, we can see my favorite picture from our online events, where everyone is sharing their hearts. It was very sensitive moment. We also had different representatives from Estonia, for example. The guys represented the problem of online education in the post-COVID times and how to resolve some issues like sharing information from the students to from the teachers to the students. Sorry. And our friends from Denmark also shared some important information about the trust. Okay, moving on to the next slide, we can see our favorite Shannon Carter and our participants on the talent show. This talent show was our star for the event because it was the most fun and most active moment. Even for this, I want to share you some video. So we did a contest in singing and dancing. So all people over the world, young or old, were involved in activities to fun after these COVID times. We did it in a really active way. You see.
Julia, I think there is no good connection with you.
Top different views from country representatives about the peace and about the peace building problems and how to resolve them. And finally, it's a slide where I collect pictures from different stages of Raila in Ukraine, in-person event and online event. And by this slide, I want to show that I just believe that currently, since we don't have this opportunity, we won't be able to do it in person event, but in the next years, I hope we can move it in person again. Thank you for your attention. I hope you heard something because my voice was stopped. I'm sorry.
Don't worry, Yulia, it's okay. Very good sound, very good presentation, and good luck for your next Raila. And one more panelist we have. We're moving to the east to Pakistan. Dilawar Abro, District Rotaract representative. Dilawar, please, the floor is yours.
Am I audible to everyone?
Yes.
Dilawar, please don't listen the stage. The stage
Am I audible
has
to
delay.
everyone? Okay, greetings, Honorable Gen Abro, District Rotary Representative of Rotary International District 3271 from Pakistan. Appreciate the efforts of Rotary Ukraine, especially PDG Nikolai and PDG Shah for inviting me to this forum. My co-panel and projects, I will try to add some more pointers to it. Can I have my presentation?
Yes, please, go ahead. The presentation on the screen.
Okay, as Rotary welcome all ages, all sizes, all races, all abilities, all gender expressions and identities. The global network that strives to build a world where we unite and take actions. So, Rotary always focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion, whether it is in any area of focus or in any avenue of service. Rotary values diversity and celebrate the contribution of people of all backgrounds, regardless of their age. Have the next slide, please. Okay. If we go for the diversity, Rotary will cultivate a diverse, equitable, and inclusive culture in which people from underrepresented groups have greater opportunities to participate as members and leaders. Diversity is just like everyone is invited to welcome at every activity. We invite all of our members and friends to all our activities. Equity is like everyone has the chance to help and plan the party and make decisions for better projects. If we go for inclusion, everyone is fully engaged in talking, eating, laughing, and being productive together. We always strive to product together and progress together. As service partners and mutual leaders, Rotators and Rotarians share their skills and expertise through their vocations, and they inspire others in process. One of the 5 Rotaries area of avenue of service, vocational is one of them. What are the core objectives of vocational service that Rotary emphasize? Rotary always encourages and fosters high ethical standard professionally. Recognition of the worthiness of all useful occupation as an opportunity to serve society. Next slide, please. If we go for the significance of vocational services, Rotary has a special month of January marked for Rotary Vocational Services, where we do projects and activities in vocational services, provides an opportunity for an individual to become self-sustaining and way. Rotary recognizes the importance of all skills and occupations. Next slide, please. I have to cover everything in 5 minutes. So, if we go for the common ideas that Rotary focuses for vocational services, uh, can be pointed out like holding careers fair and workshops where we can come up with youngsters and provide them a good workshop trainings, mentoring young people, promoting ethical behaviors, using members' vocational skills to serve or train other. That can be covered in transferable skills. Transferable skills can be like we can transfer our skills at our workspace, at our jobs, at our occupations to our other members. Vocational skills can be pointed out like problem solving, teamwork, communication skills, flexibility, time management, leadership, listening. These skills can always be transferred to any other member. Like we can transfer these to our club members, to our community, to our society members. Everyone, either we can transfer these skills to our co-colleagues at our workspaces. What we will get from transferable skills work in a cycle process. That is, first is skill acquisition, then we can match our skill to another member, we can transfer our skill to another member, then we can progress together in that skill. Likewise, this the complete transferable cycle can be covered up, and one skill can be transferred to another member. I believe I tried to cover everything in 5 minutes. And thank you very much to all the organizers for giving me chance to speak at this forum.
Dear Dilavar, thank you so much for your delivery. The sound is not so good, but we saw your presentation and the total information will be very clear. Dear friends, dear panelists, actually, I have very proud of your Rotary service, and I'm proud that you are my Rotary fellows that do the good things around the world. Thank you so much for coming to these panel discussions, and thank you for sharing of your project. We are finishing our panel discussions.
Hello, Mikola, I'm back. Hope you can see and hear me well. So thank you for moderating this really inspiring panel discussion. And thank you, Regina, Claudia, Jean-Marcel, Yulia, and Dilavar for getting engaged and sharing info about the projects which are from different areas, but they're falling under the common diversity, equity, and inclusion commitment of Rotary. So thank you for your service and passion. And that's where we approached the ending of the first plenary session. Next will be the breakout sessions, altogether 5 breakout sessions on different Rotary areas of focus. They will be open immediately after we leave the stage, and they will work till 2:40 London time. So please choose what appeals to you most, join in and get engaged actively in discussions in these breakout sessions. Before we go to different rooms, I'd like to remind you about the Expo Zone, which is also available throughout the forum, and virtual photo booth where you can make the memory photo of today's forum and spread the word via your social media. Reminding you also about such interactive options as forum poll, which you can find in the right column of the from the main stage. There you can share your experience, your impressions of the forum, and at the end of the forum, all this will be collected and displayed as the feedback of today's forum. Also, if you want to stay tuned and updated on the latest news from Rotary International, you can visit Rotary Feed, where there is the generalized information from all the Rotary social media, and Rotary Cloud, which is also one of the interactive actions of this forum, where you can share your impressions of the forum just in 3 simple words. And later on, these words will be generalized into the graphics and presented at the end of our forum to see how we did today and what we got today, and to know about your motivation and inspiration. And also, last but not least, remember to get some fun also while checking your knowledge of Rotary Vocational Service. Try Kahoot quiz on Vocational Service, which Mikola also told you during the integration session. So that's all for now. As for the first plenary session of the forum, please follow notifications in the chat bar. We'll announce the beginning of discussion sessions, and looking forward seeing you on the main stage at 2:40 London time. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, fellow Rotarians, welcome back to the main stage of the second Rotary International Vocational Forum. Hope you had really great interactive and fruitful experience attending the thematic stands, networking at breakout sessions and one-on-one meetings. We are about to start our second plenary session to feature even more outstanding Rotary speakers, committed Rotary leaders and professionals. And I'm happy to state that the second International Vocational Forum is hosted by Rotary Ukraine and proudly supported by Rotary Action Group for Peace, International Rotary Fellowship of Healthcare Professionals, Water, Sanitation, Hygiene Rotary Action Group, Rotary Men's Business Fellowship, Environmental Sustainability Rotarian Action Group, International Yachting Fellowship of Rotarians, and Rotary Peace Fellowship Alumni Association. We will start our second plenary session with the debriefing from our breakout sessions. And I will invite one by one the moderators from the session to share their experience, their feedback on this interaction in the sessions. So this, I know that we already have Alison in our studio. So Alison Sutherland, immediate past chair of Rotary Action Group for Peace. Hello, Alison. Hello once again. Together on this peace building session. So these 5 minutes are yours to recap on this work of the session.
I'm not going to need 5 minutes because everyone was so brilliant in the breakout. So what was the advantage was it was not too many people there, but everybody came actually wanting to connect. So I think the overriding thing was the desire to network more. And even on the call, some of them were able to go away inspired with ideas for things that they were doing already, but that maybe they could just tweak them a little. I think one of the major things to come out of it as well was an initiative with Uganda, Tanzania, and Austria with an inter-country committee, and how they were wanting a wider platform to get more people to actually come on board with that and get involved. They're not wanting to go into the deep end straight away with projects. They want to actually form relationships, etc., and bonds, and then work from there, which is a really good way of working because first often we have to get to know each other. And we also heard from other past district governors, we heard from incoming district governors, and it seemed that all of them had a passion for peace and wanted to do peace. So we look forward to touching base with them. We were also asked to advise on a couple of pieces of work that they want to do, a conference, etc., which we were glad to do. And also we would say that on here, anyone wishing to do any area of peace, if they need our assistance, please to contact us. And if they need us to help them to be connected with the people that they want in their conference, we would attempt to do that. So we will be happy to do that wherever we can. So that's the report from our breakout. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. Perfect timing. Thank you. And I'm inviting the moderator from the next session. That is Mykola Steblanko, also forum convener who moderated the breakout session for Rotary Men's Business Fellowship. So Mykola, I know you are here already in our studio.
Yes.
Welcome back. So yeah, 5 minutes have started.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, dear friends, we had very interesting discussions in our group that called Rotary Means Business. That name was from the fellowship. Fellowship Rotary Means Business, and first of all was presentation about this fellowship, about their mission, their statement, and what this fellowship do in our Rotary world. After that was interesting information from Rotary International Director Stephanie Urchik. That's interesting that Stephanie was the speaker on the first vocational forum that was a year ago, and Stephanie told about this zone project about careers and jobs. And this breakout room, Stephanie gave updates about this project. This project is continuing, and it was interesting to know that these vocational projects have a long time life. Also, there was interesting discussion in chat and also at this stage about business, because there is some specific topic, because we are in the service here in Rotary, and the question was that in Germany, lots of clubs that include people who are thinking only about business and only about Rotary as profitable thing. But we discussed that Rotary, it's a very, very different opinion organization. Some people come to Rotary for humanitarian service. Some people would like to get connections. Some people, if they are from business, they try to develop their business and inside Rotary Club. That's okay. That's their interest, and the main thing here when Rotary means business, that's that all with the service about self. So, and also we have the presentation about case of business council, district business council. It was presented from Ukrainian district. Quite interesting information, and perhaps this council is very close to become a chapter of the current fellowship Rotary means business. And finally we had the question about that there is almost 100 fellowships, different topics, but only one about business, and was the request why we haven't fellowship real estate fellowship or something another. And we agreed that just we need leaders or initiators who would like to launch this fellowship, and we will have one more fellowship with the business topics. That's all that I would like to share about results of our breakout rooms. I would like to thank you to Nijata Alatasi, my colleague Arpik, that helped me to moderate, and especially thanks to Stephanie Urchik. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikola. Now we're going to hear the recap from our healthcare professionals in Rotary. And I'm inviting to take this virtual floor Dr. John Phillip, Chair of International Rotary Fellowship of Healthcare Professionals.
Oh,
yeah, hello. Nice to see you.
Well,
I can see you well.
Well, thank you ever so much. We had quite an animated breakout session. We started the session by asking ourselves a question: in which area of human life is Rotary having its maximum impact? There was no dissent. We all agreed that the vast majority of the resources that Rotary expends, one way or other, either directly or indirectly, is spent in improving healthcare. And then when you combine it with other aspects like water sanitation, Rotary has a major impact on improving healthcare throughout the world. But we then started having a little bit of concern that the impact that we have in improving healthcare is largely unquantifiable, because we do not know what the clubs and the districts and other related organizations are doing on the front line. However, we have a fairly accurate picture of what the Rotary Foundation is how the Rotary Foundation is helping to improve healthcare, but that is not good enough. So therefore, we felt that we need to explore a way of collecting data from the front line projects and programs that Rotarians are doing to improve healthcare. But we were absolutely convinced that we are still working in silos. The delivery of healthcare has now become multi-professional, multidisciplinary. We need all of us, people who are improving healthcare, education, health promotion, engineering. They all need to sit together and work together and come up with strategic and sustainable programs. And we want to commend the healthcare professionals for taking that bold step in bringing together various disciplines that are involved in healthcare improvement. Having said that, we are absolutely mesmerized by the story from Rotary Ukraine, your programs during the COVID pandemic, and subsequently is an example that we would like to uphold to other parts of the world as well. We had Gianluca Skett, past Rotary International Director, giving us a talk about his journey, how he has been able to bring his vocation into Rotary service. But he also raised this question that somehow or other, we are, despite all the technology that we have, we are not connected to the extent that we can all work together. I think we need to look at our connectivity. Do we have everything now that is available to maximize the impact of our efforts? So thank you ever so much for giving us this opportunity. And I do want to commend the International Fellowship Rotary Healthcare Professionals to all members who are listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for sharing the summary of the work of your breakout session. And as we continue, we have our next speaker, the moderator from the next group, and I'm inviting Pat Merriweather-Argis from Water, Sanitation, Hygiene Rotary Action Group, who is the board member of this group. Hello, Pat.
Hello, Olga, and thank you so much for having us participate in this program. It's really been outstanding. And it's great to follow Dr. John Phillip, because I also am a member of the healthcare professionals as well, the fellowship. And I do know that the issue of water sanitation, and hygiene is a major concern, not only for children, for communities, but also for people that are experiencing an encounter with a healthcare facility. We spent time talking about how WASH is evolving in terms of communities and in terms of countries. We had a discussion about how many partners are coming together in places like Uganda and other areas within the continent of Africa to work together so that, again, they can have a huge impact, WASH within their communities, not just in a particular service area, such as a school or a healthcare facility. That initiative, WASH, has been on the radar of the United Nations in terms of the Assembly. And in 2019, they passed a recommendation that WASH should be available in all healthcare facilities by 2030. This is a big lift, because right now, about 45% of all healthcare facilities in the world do not have water, sanitation, or hygiene. And so what that has translated to is 20% of the infants that die at birth are tied to infections from unclean conditions, unclean hands, sanitary conditions within the facility. And every day, 1,200 children under the age of 5 die because of infections that they have incurred. Again, unclean water, sanitation, and hygiene. And then 300,000 women each year die at childbirth or following childbirth because of infections they've caught at delivery time. So joining together, the WASH is joining together with organizations like the healthcare professionals, the maternal care and child health Rotary Action Group, and really working together to do a combined type of initiative under the WASH and healthcare facilities. I know that the United Nations, also with the Assembly, in just this past 2021, it was, where they developed the patient safety, the Global Patient Safety Action Plan, which includes WASH. So we all know how important WASH is. And we had great presentations from an educator, Julia Phelps, a business expert, Mary Beth Growney-Celine, and an engineer, Ron Denham, and how we take all different types of skills in professional capacities, but passion for water, sanitation, and hygiene, and provide that through the Rotary Action Group. We are involved in grants, and we provide technical assistance, and there's a whole slew of services to support anyone that is interested in putting together a WASH grant. So again, thank you so much. It was a wonderful discussion and many ideas for moving ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you for this recap. And we are moving on. And last but not least, we're going to hear the summary of the Environmental Sustainability Group. I'm inviting Dr. Yashar Atajik, Director of Environmental Sustainability Rotarian Action Group. Hello, hello. So the floor is yours. We can see and hear you very well.
Thank you very much for this chance to give a summary of the discussions in our group. Environment is such an important topic these days. We had 4 speakers. I want to summarize their discussions. The first speaker we had is Dr. Christopher Parak, who is the immediate past chair of ASRAG, the Environmental Sustainability Rotary Action Group. He talked about recently established area of focus on environment and its scope, what it includes, which is important because environment affects everything we have. He introduced a recent Rotary ASRAG application called iRotary, which was launched by Rotary International President Shekhar Mehta last month, which is about recording all such tree plantings into a application so that we will have a data for all these recordings. He also gave some information on large implementation of large projects. One is a watershed restoration at India. Another is an artificial reef construction in Mexico, and still another saving a lake, Iguala Tuxpan, again in Mexico. Chris also announced the 2 other items. Again, one is announced by Rotary International President Shekhar Mehta at Glasgow at the COP26 meeting about establishing 7 mangrove restoration projects in 7 different countries this year. This is a big project, all global grant projects. The second speaker was Comandante Sergio Santi. Sergio is from International Yacht Federation Yacht Fellowship of Rotarians, and he's in charge of plastic-free water projects around the world. So they have been doing projects on rivers. One is in Ukraine. Maybe our Ukrainian friends know about it already. Tisa River project. Still, there was another one that he described in Philippines, and still another in the Colombia. He had a message. Sergio had a message. His message was, we need more education, and we need to turn the plastic tap off for the plastics. So he's calling for flying high. Our third speaker was Shihab El-Anwar from Mexico, and his discussion was about the relationship between climate change, and peace, world peace. Close to 1 billion people live currently in areas highly impacted by the climate change, which affect lower crop yields, food shortages, freshwater shortages, wildfires, health problems, flood damages, coastal erosion, and species loss. All these affect peace everywhere. So his message is we need to build resilience against climate effects. And our final speaker was Bricia El-Anwar, and she was talking about the effects of environmental degradation on the world. So she gave this detailed information about cleaning activities at El Rio Grande River between United States and Mexico. So they had large-scale cleaning activities which attracted more than 1,000 people in more than 10 cities. And the project is highly supported by local people, community groups, universities, and government agencies like firefighters, police, and the army. So we had a good time. We had covered all around the environmental actions, and we are looking for more meetings of this kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Yashar. So, and more good times are still ahead at our forum. So we will continue now with this. Speaking of different areas of focus, we Rotarians implement projects and initiatives in line with the high ethical standards. And at this point, I'm honored to invite to join me on the stage John Hugo, General Secretary and CEO of Rotary International, with his message on high ethical standards in Rotary service. John Hugo is the member of Rotary Club of Kiev, Ukraine. He earned a master's degree in modern history from Oxford University. He also holds a law degree from Harvard University. From 2004 till 2009, John was Vice President for Operations and Compact Development for the Millennium Challenge Corporation, a US government agency established in 2004 to deliver foreign assistance to the world's poorest countries. Before that, Mr. Hugo was a partner at the international law firm of Baker and McKenzie, spending much of 15 years with the firm living and working abroad. Thus, John took an active role in establishing the first Rotary clubs in Ukraine, Rotary Club Kiev. He worked 1991 till 1997 during this time. So I'm inviting John Hugo to take the stage, to take this virtual mic. Hello, this morning or good afternoon. Happy to see you, and the floor is yours.
Well, great. Thank you so much for that very warm introduction. I'm delighted to be able to participate in this International Vocation Forum 2022. What I thought I might do is just take a few minutes and perhaps share with the audience a little bit of history of how Rotarians and Rotary as an organization embraced this concept of vocational service. And so to do that, we need to really go back to the founding days of our organization. As many of you are aware, when Paul Harris and a group of his friends established Rotary back in 1905, they really set it up with two principal purposes. And first and foremost was for business networking. In other words, the idea was that the Rotary Club members would each be providing business leads and business opportunities to each other. And the other was fellowship. So the two principles on which Rotary was originally founded was helping each other network professionally, in other words, to help their businesses grow, and second, fellowship. And as part of that concept of those early days, the concept of integrity, where members could trust each other, could vouch for each other. You had to be invited into the club. They could trust each other to do good for each other's businesses, was very important. And through that, of course, you had the genesis of the classification system, to only one profession in each club, in order to maximize the ability of Rotary members to help each other. And it was a very powerful concept, and it was a very appealing concept, and the club grew very quickly. The Chicago Club, the first Rotary Club, to about 80 members after its first year of formation. And at that time, you could your membership was only for 1 year. You were a member for 1 year, and you had to be renewed by the club. And one negative vote by any member meant that you would your membership would not be renewed. And of course, they wound up calling themselves the Rotary Club because in the early days they would rotate their meetings among the offices of the various members. But because they were so focused on helping each other with business, they were getting a lot of criticism at the time in the Chicago community that this is just a club designed for people to make money, to help themselves professionally. And very shortly after Rotary's founding, they added a third object beyond fellowship and helping business networking, and that was the advancement of the best interests of Chicago and spreading the spirit of civic pride. And there was the seed of the idea of vocational service. And eventually it expanded to 4 avenues of service that Rotary clubs do: club service, vocational service, international service, and community service. And of course, historically, of the 4, vocational service has in some ways been the hardest to define. What does it really mean? What does it really mean in practice? Well, it really means the combination of operating your professional life in the spirit ethically. In other words, ethics is an extremely important component of vocational service, service to your community, and particularly the drive for leadership excellence. And I think this it's best embodied in our four-way test. And the history of the four-way test is also very interesting. There was a Rotarian, Herb Taylor, from the Rotary Club of Chicago, who was running a company this was during the Great Depression, that was on the verge of bankruptcy. And so he thought, okay, how can I motivate my employees? How can I build morale and save this business? And so he developed the four-way test. And over a period of 10 to 15 years, he was able to turn his company around from a company on the verge of bankruptcy to one that was highly profitable. And he attributed to the fact that he and his management and all the employees lived and breathed the four-way test. And so in 1954, Herb was generous enough to turn over the copyright to the four-way test. And of course, now it has become a very, very important part of the Rotary ethos. So what is, again, in its essence, vocational service, and what does it mean to Rotarians in practice? It really means using your profession, your vocation, your company, your business dealings, not only to make money, but to really make a difference, with respect to your fellow workers, your fellow professionals, your employees, and your communities. And particularly, it was focused in those early days about how to implement higher ethical standards within given professions. And so back then, people were operating under the concept of caveat emptor. It's all about making money. Well, Rotarians began to focus on what was at that time called the golden rule: do unto others as you would like to have them do unto you. And that was true back then as it is today. And so why is vocational service an extremely important concept in Rotary, in my view, today? Well, as we work to grow our membership, we need to offer not only fellowships, not only the opportunity to do community service, not only the opportunity to help our to the business networking, which again was the original purpose of Rotary when it was founded back in 1905, but also take seriously, again, using our professions to promote the values of the four-way test, and especially that golden rule: do unto others as you would like them to do unto you. And as we work to attract members, I think this is a very powerful concept, particularly in countries that are, for example, still struggling with issues of corruption, of perhaps a culture of unethical business dealings. I think this is where Rotarians, if we really take the four-way test seriously, if we really embrace the concept of vocational service, and we use our professions to advance the common good, and if we work to create within our given professions a culture of ethical behavior, fair behavior, I think we'll make our organization not only attractive for new members, but obviously we're going to be making a tremendous difference in the communities in which we live. So, from my perspective, the concept of vocational service, the underlying philosophies of the four-way test, of the golden rule, of making the world a better place, not only benefits our societies, but I think it will help us grow members who could see Rotary as a refuge from some of the greed and perhaps unethical practices that we see in the world around us. So again, thank you so much for having me at this forum, and let's see if working together we can continue to put into practice those deep ethical values that Rotary's had for many decades: concept of vocational service, the golden rule, the four-way test, to help improve ourselves as individuals, but even more importantly, to help improve our societies and to help improve the professions in which all of us are working. So thanks very much, and enjoy the rest of the forum.
Thank you, John. Thank you for reminding us of these pillars in our service for the ethical standards. Thank you, and we continue with the I'm pleased to invite Elina Kushnir, Rotary International Manager of Service and Engagement Programs and Grants, with the presentation on the ways of Rotary Vocational Service. Elina Kushnir joined Rotary's Programs and Grants team in 2011. She managed the service and engagement portfolio, which includes community, vocational, and international service. Service and project partnerships, presidential initiatives, and programs and resources that help Rotary members enhance their humanitarian services efforts and network. Before joining Rotary, Elina worked for a local chapter of United Way, overseeing an early education portfolio, including programs, grants, and partnerships. So, Elina, yeah, we can see you. Hello, nice to meet you. So thank you for joining, and the floor is yours.
Great, thank you so much. It is so wonderful to be here. I am going to share my screen, and let's hope that this works. There it is. I hope you can see the screen now, and we'll get started. So again, thank you for that introduction, and hello, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're located. It is so wonderful to see so many friends connected today and to meet new ones through the forum. I'm so pleased to join you to continue exploring vocational service in action. I know you have already had so many tremendous speakers join today, and hopefully you've had a chance to also join the small group discussions, which I found to be so inspirational and such a great opportunity to connect and to learn from one another, and how each of us are putting in practice our skills and our talents, both through Rotary, but also bringing our values and the pillars of what our CEO and General Secretary talked about to our professions and our place of work. And so I wanted to get started by talking through some of the core pillars of how vocational service allows us to serve others by using our unique strengths to really empower the community, empower others through mentorship, training, and skill development, promote Rotary's commitment to integrity, diversity, and equity, and inclusion in our professions, our Rotary lives, and also in our personal lives, which I think all of these three factors are critically important for our embodiment and exhibition of vocational service. Inspiring others to act ethically and with integrity by following Rotary's guiding principles, and celebrating diversity, and that's diversity in skills and trades, and recognizing that all professions are worthy of respect and that same virtuous values. And so, as our General Secretary and CEO just touched upon, there are two tools that you see on the screen here that you are familiar with already that really provide our framework for ethical behavior. The first being the 4-way test, and the second being the code of conduct, which you've seen frequently come up in meetings and Rotary events. And while I'll be spending the majority of my presentation talking about opportunities for vocational service through Rotary, I do want to spend a little bit of time talking about strategies to advance ethics and vocational service in our own businesses or at our own workplaces. So as leaders in our community, in our business, and in our professions, we hold the same responsibility to advance high ethical standards by setting a positive example amongst our peers, our colleagues, and our communities. So how can we do that? These ideas are not exhaustive by any means, but there are a few examples that I've seen us uphold at Rotary International as my place of employment, but also that Rotarians and Rotaractors have shared with me as I've engaged in conversations and participated in events around vocational service and integrating ethics into daily work life. So first and foremost, discussing and emphasizing these core values of honesty, accountability, fairness, integrity, and respect. And this can be done through a hiring process, through training, through supervising and managing talent, working with peers across projects, and working with partners or vendors on contracts and the services that they provide or that you provide to them. Spotlighting exemplary behavior through public praise and encouragement, demonstrating personal commitment in relation with customers, vendors, associates, and partners by treating each interaction with care and consideration and respect. Promoting socially and environmentally responsible practices in your businesses and organizations. And of course, there are many more ways to embody vocational service into your places of work and into your businesses. But I thought that these were really good summaries of examples that I've gathered over the years in engaging with this primary pillar of work that orients and guides our activities. And similarly, there are so many ways to bring our professional skills to serve our club and to serve our communities. For those regions of the world who are not yet gathering in person for meetings and events and projects, many of these can be applied to a virtual setting as well until it's possible to gather in person, which we hope happens very soon. So for a few examples that I've come across that I thought would be very applicable to both a virtual and an in-person model or hybrid, hosting business networking events. And this is to bring both Rotary members and non-Rotary members from the community to connect around a specific profession, skill, or an opportunity to use those skills and bridge a need in the community. Offering career counseling for unemployed or underemployed adults or young professionals, mentoring youth to support their career aspirations. I know that the clubs in Ukraine and others on this forum participate in a program called RYLA, Rotary Youth Leadership Awards. And in addition to programs like RYLA, your places of employment could offer internships or apprenticeships, shadowing opportunities for university students, high school students, and young professionals to get a sense of these opportunities kind of in the workplace and in action. But I also want to point out that reverse mentorship or mentorship by our young professionals is as important as kind of the first type of mentorship I talked about. And we can learn so much about new technologies, around social developments, around evolving industry trends through mentorship by our young professionals and youth as well. Of course, applying your skills to a club or district service project and lending your expertise to projects beyond your club or beyond your community. Soon you'll hear from one of our colleagues talk about intercountry committees as an opportunity to do that. You've talked a little bit about exchanges, and I'll touch on some exchanges that are really focused towards a professional interchange. You've already talked about, and you've heard from Rotary fellowships, Rotary action groups. I'll talk about opportunities to serve through Rotary, through the Rotary Foundation's cadre of technical advisors. And there's so many other networks available through Rotary, programs, youth programs, programs for young leaders that allow us to put into practice our talents and skills and build our global community, build our local community, but also do good in the world through our talents and passions. And so I'm going to elaborate on a few of these programs through which you can get involved, or perhaps you're already involved and you can expand that involvement by combining your skills and your passions and the opportunities awarded through our global community in Rotary. And so you have already heard from Rotary Fellowship, so I will cover this very briefly, but I did want to point out that we do have over 90 fellowships. And so these are international groups who build a community around shared professions, hobbies, or identities. I loved how there were a few already calls to action to consider organizing new fellowships, perhaps, around professions that are not yet represented by these groups. We are always eager to work with you and help you start fellowships and to help guide you through that process. So please reach out if you're interested in starting a new fellowship. And we do have a handful of fellowships that are specifically geared towards vocational service and organized around specific professions. You can see them here on the screen. But there are other fellowships that may not exactly be directly affiliated with a profession, but require significant skill. And through those skills, do good in the community. They both build a global community, but they also organize service projects because by virtue of being Rotarians and Rotaractors and affiliated with Rotary, that is, of course, a key priority and a key emphasis. So, for example, just to point out two that are not professional or vocational oriented fellowships, but allow us to offer our expertise and leadership skills and passions. Two important ones come to mind. It's the skiing fellowship and the surfing fellowship. And what I love about these two examples is that these groups, while they may not be professional surfers or professional skiers, they partner with organizations that allow opportunities for individuals with limited physical capabilities and limited physical mobility to get onto a surfboard, to get onto skis, and to participate in this sport, in this craft, in a very meaningful way that they would not be able to do so otherwise. And so it's because of our leadership and passion and dedication that those programs are coming to life. Another great example is the Golfing Fellowship. While many of our leaders and participants in the Golfing Fellowships are not professional golfers, you will not be surprised that a lot of business talk happens on the golf course. So it's a great way to network professionally around a hobby that you may have in addition to your professional work in your line of business. And similarly, you have already heard from tremendous Rotary Action Group leaders around the opportunities that these groups award us and the support that they offer. So Rotary Action Groups are international RI recognized groups whose members have expertise and experience in a particular area of specialization. Today, we have 27 Rotary Action Groups, and they help clubs and districts plan and implement impactful service projects. The support that action groups offer ranges from helping conduct a community assessment, putting together a project plan, incorporating measurement, monitoring, and evaluation benchmarks into that project, cultivating partnerships with sector experts and building those cooperating relationships, and perhaps even securing funds. That could be by applying for a fund through the Rotary Foundation as a global grant, or through external partnerships, securing external funding to help support the projects that you're leading and overseeing. I think it's very interesting to note that our global community of Rotary Action Group leaders and participants this past Rotary year collectively supported over 2,300 club and district projects, and they provide an opportunity to lead, to serve, and also for professional development. So on the screen here, you see all of our 27 Rotary Action Groups, and you'll notice that they get a little bit granular in their concentration. Even if you don't hold professional expertise in any of these 27 topics, all action groups likely can benefit from the expertise and skills that you have. For example, all action groups run websites, they have newsletters, they host webinars and learning events. And so if you have experience in any of those topics, if you have a background in strategic planning, all of those are very critical skills for action groups to have within their membership so that they can be strong, successful, continue to grow, and to continue support our clubs and districts with kind of this more specific work within their area of specialization. I briefly mentioned the cadre of technical advisors, who are groups of Rotarians who volunteer to use their professional skills and technical expertise within Rotary's areas of focus, or financial auditing, to advise clubs who are working with the Rotary Foundation on grant projects. So the cadre has more than 500 members from 75 countries who speak more than 80 languages. And this is intentional so that our cadre members can support clubs and districts all over the world. So cadre members serve as consultants to Rotary staff and to Rotarians and Rotaractors who are planning and implementing grant projects. I personally have reached out to cadre members very frequently as I'm developing new materials, new publications, new resources for their expertise to review the materials that I'm creating and to give their feedback and guidance, which has been instrumental in Rotary International and the Rotary Foundation's ability to deliver resources that are helpful and useful on the ground. Cadre members also assist the Rotary Foundation's trustees with grant funding process review and evaluating applications, and they help implement projects that have been, they help evaluate the implementation of projects that have been funded by the Rotary Foundation. They perform programmatic audits. They make sure that our terms and conditions that the Rotary Foundation has for different types of grants within the areas of focus are appropriate and applicable, and they steward that our guidelines are followed accordingly. And so if you have a skill set within our areas of focus and are interested in volunteering your time and talent through the Rotary Foundation in this capacity, we are always recruiting additional cadre members. So please do reach out. There's a link on the screen, and I'll also share a copy of this presentation with you. So don't worry if you don't capture it right now. One more resource that I'm going to mention that's a little bit more local to your communities are district resource networks, which actually include cadre members, Rotary Action Group members who serve as volunteer consultants to help your clubs plan more impactful programs, projects, and grants. And so clubs and districts often come to us and say, I know that there's a need for a water project, but I'm not a water expert. Who in my community who speaks my language and understands the cultural nuances can help me, can maybe mentor or consult on our project development and design. And this is where district resource networks are instrumental in helping us support the work that you're undertaking. So please, through your district leadership, reach out to these groups and see how they can assist you. Or if you have expertise, you can connect with district resource networks through your district leadership and offer your support that way. I'm going to very quickly talk about a few exchange programs that we have. I'll mention one in particular because I know that a few folks on this call, on this forum, have participated in friendship exchanges, which are exchanges between two international districts, and they're often formed around professional topics. So it could be a group of doctors, a group of lawyers, a group of educators who want to see how their profession is practiced in another part of the world, and their trips are organized in partnership with their Rotarian counterparts. These are district level programs, so please reach out to your district leadership if you're interested in more information. And if you can't find who your leader is for Rotary Friendship Exchanges, please reach out to us at headquarters and we'll help you out. And then lastly, another type of exchange program, if you will, are vocational training teams, who are groups of professionals who travel abroad either to teach local professionals about a particular field or to learn more about their professional field. And these exchange teams are funded through grants from the Rotary Foundation. So I just wanted to mention that as another resource if you're looking at kind of a more targeted trip around professional expertise and professional engagement and development. And so I'm going to wrap up by mentioning that there are a number of resources available on the Rotary website that can help guide you and connect you to more information about these programs and opportunities. But of course, you can also reach out to us at headquarters. I put 2 emails on the screen. You can reach out to me directly or to my colleagues at the Rotary Support Center, and we will help answer all of your questions and connect you to the opportunities that may be most of interest to you. With that, I want to extend tremendous gratitude and appreciation to Zone 21, and particularly to Mikola for hosting this incredible event and bringing together all of these leaders and participants to talk about really a foundational pillar of why Rotary was organized and how it continues to evolve in all that we do. So thank you all. I look forward to continuing to connect with you, and thank you for your service and for your service in vocational service.
Thank you, Lina, for presenting all these wonderful opportunities and resources offered by Rotary for Rotarians as well as non-Rotarians to get involved in the vocational Rotary service. So much has been said of music today as one of the means of peace-building efforts and vocational service. And we have another music compliment from the members of the International Fellowship of Rotarian Musicians, Victoria Latenko piano and Mykola Miroshnichenko violin. So they're gonna perform 2 pieces. One of them, the first one, is well known in Ukraine. Maybe it's not so well known worldwide, but after today's forum, I'm sure you're gonna get in love with this piece. It will be Miroslav Skorik, his Melody, which is considered to be the spiritual anthem of Ukraine. And the second piece will be world-known Por una Cabeza by Carlos Gardel. So your applauses to Victoria and Nicola. You can also clap them virtually, sending this clap sign in the chat bar of our forum. And we continue, and I'm very glad to invite the representative of the new Rotary generation, Christian Leitner, who is the president in 2021-2022 of the European Rotaract Information Center, or ERIC, as it is known by its abbreviation, with her presentation, Vocational Service for New Rotary Generations. Christian Leitner is the member of Rotary Club Linz, District 1920. Christian has been working in accounting for 14 years. She started in an electrical company besides school and university. And afterwards, she worked in a tax consulting office. And now Christian works as the manager accounting for an international equipment group with the emphasis on accounting, annual financial report, and also audit preparation. So she's been assisting the head of finance of our group. So Christian, welcome. Welcome to join us. Hello again.
Hello.
Happy to see you. Remember you from our previous forum. So this mic is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. If I'm a little bit exhausted, I'm sorry. I was running to be on time for this forum because I could not miss it. So yeah, again, thank you for having me tonight in the morning, where in every time zone you are currently, especially since Rotaract does not have the classical vocational service as a Rotary does. And for us Rotaractors, it's more like the connection to the pillar learn. Because we should not forget that the core value of Rotaract is still to learn something. We are all young professionals, young leaders, and we are thrilled to learn something. And of course, this goes hand in hand with presentation, excursions, and mentoring. And the best way how we got taught this in the past and what is well known is due to RILAs. And I saw in the program that you experienced already a presentation about RILA. So I want to present you the alternatives or what Rotaractors across Europe are doing when it comes in terms of vocational service. So we, as Rotaract Europe, as you might know, we are a multi-district organization with 119 districts in 47 countries. And as different we all are, the demands are quite challenging as well. So therefore, we hosting 3 conferences within the Rotarian year. And of course, we are providing some special workshops for our attendants, our people who are attending the conferences. And we try to improve our member skills, not only on a Rotarian Rotary level, like how to improve your clubs and districts, but also to give them some mentoring and some professional career tips. So last weekend, we had our Rotaract European meeting in Turin. And of course, we were hosting special workshops regarding skill training. And my IT committee decided to launch a coding class. So our participants were able to do a short, really basic coding of a game, and it was fun on the one hand, but on the other hand, we got an insight on what it means to set up a program, of course, on a really basic way, but still with a lot of fun. We could introduce our lawyers or our doctors or me as an accountant on a different level of experience. And sometimes these skills are very useful for your daily life, and even though you don't think at the first thought about this. In May, we are hosting the biggest conference in Riga. And since it was such a big success at the previous conference, we decided to keep on going with the IT workshops. And this for May, we decided to host how to code a website on a very basic level, because this website coding of a website can be really good for your professional life. I recently experienced that because I work in the headquarters of the group I work for, and last week the management wanted to have some minor changes on the website. And usually we would ask a marketing company to take care of that. But since I have some WordPress experience due to the fact that I was in charge of the website of my club when I was a secretary, I was able to do so. So sometimes these little things in your club life can also help you in your professional level, even though you are not aware of it when you just attend a course for fun. So therefore, I think it's very essential to provide our Rotaractors with different perspective, to think outside of the box and to say, hi, I learned that in my Rotaract club. And I think that's one of our core essences as well. And in Riga, of course, we will deal also with the classical topics like the future of energy, business after COVID, mental health awareness, and Rotary talks. And especially for the Rotary talks, I'm really thrilled about it because the Rotarians are sharing their experience in their professional lives with us. To sum it up, Rotaract Europe is always trying to find a wide range of interesting topics to allow their members to gain new knowledge. And this is very, very important for us to do so. And despite all these workshops and the skill training, it's also crucial that you do not underestimate the meaning of the breaks and the come-togethers afterwards. I think so many people attended our events in the past because you get to know many different peoples with different backgrounds, different cultures, and it also influenced the way you are thinking. And yet, if you are in this kind of setting, if you attend such events, and after workshops, you start to discuss with people from Bulgaria, Lisbon, Portugal, France. And it started all with a networking and exchanging ideas. And then there is friendship. And some Rotaractors end up in a partnership in business. So especially during the pandemic, when it's all started, Rotaractors team up and became business partners and get the most out of their skills, which they know how they behaved in Rotaract, and they say, okay, I want to have you in my business because I have a winery and I want to set up a new marketing launch. So please share your thoughts with me. I know you are having amazing ideas in Rotaract, so why can't we work together? And not only within Rotaract, you can expand the knowledge on certain topics, so also in business. And this is what we should not forget, that young Rotaractors are not always students, but we have some experience as well. And we have a big network where we can gain a lot of experience. And if you meet your Rotaractors, just have a talk with them. What are they doing in their professional lives despite Rotaract? And sometimes you will be really thrilled what they say. So I hope you are. Additionally to all these workshops, a lot of Rotaractors started to host online talks and especially podcasts. So on the one hand, they want to show the variety of our organization, and on the other hand, to make us aware how much we can learn from each other if we just listen to each other. If there is a silver lining for us when we think about the last 2 years, these online events brought us closer together despite being far apart, especially physically. And of course, Rotaract Europe, which is supposed to be an information center, got inspired by all these ideas. So we thought it's good to present our members on LinkedIn because we are really proud of our members and in which kind of different fields they are working. So mid of February, we will regularly post the new series Rotanet, where we want to show our members and what they are doing. And since the usage of LinkedIn as social media is increasing, one of our members, or Rotaract members, for instance, she hosted workshops like how to use your resume and LinkedIn to power a career transition. So there is a high demand, no matter where are you, to set up your CV and present it on LinkedIn. And of course, we as a community should provide such services to our Rotaractors as well. And in Bulgaria, for instance, they hosted a mentorship between Interact and Rotaract. So the Interactors reached out to the Rotaractors who have the same core interests, and they have this buddy system, and it really turned out to be a very good idea, and it went very well. And also the Rotaractors went to schools in Bulgaria and did some presenting. So me as a tax accountant could go there and just present what I'm doing. And if they're interested, we can have a talk in the break or so. And this made me thinking that we could establish on an ERIC level, on a European level, this kind of mentoring and network as well. So currently we are still discussing how we should set up to find the matching group. It's just an idea. So if you have experience in such big mentoring projects and get-togethers, I would be very delighted if you could reach out to me and give me some tips how I can set this up for a Rotaract Europe. And to close my part, I want to share my personal story, how Rotaract influenced my professional life. As it was already mentioned before, I was working at a tax consulting company, and my focus was on small and middle-sized company. I liked it, but I experienced due to Rotaract this internationality over the years. And so I decided to have that I want to have such surrounding in my professional life as well. And so I applied for international groups as an accountant for international groups, sorry. And during the job interviews, everyone asked me, you were part of this Rotaract. What kind of experience soft skills did you gain? What did you do? And I was talking, and it made me realize I do Rotaract because I love this organization. It's so much fun for me, and I learned so much. So despite all the fun part, you gain so much skills without even recognizing it, because you do it for Rotaract. And it turns out that this makes you a very good leader. So yes, thank you for having me. I hope you're all motivated to do some mentoring for your Rotaractors. And yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian, for running literally an extra mile and sharing with us this energetic Rotaract spirits and the success stories of Rotaract in Europe, as well as your personal story within this quite tough times and this period of rapid changes and challenging arising. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As an international organization, we are well equipped for international vocational service, and I'm inviting our next speaker, Cyril Norton, Chairman of the Executive Council of Rotary Inter-Country Committee, to share with us the ways of international vocational service. Cyril is the member of Rotary Club Paris Agora, France. Cyril is an associate CEO at ISC Paris Business School, a higher education institution in management sciences, committed to providing business students with high-quality management skills necessary to operate and perform in global environment. A Rotary member since 2002, currently serves as Rotary primary representative to the UNESCO and the OSD. His main task is to share information and opportunities for collaborations. So Cyril, soyez la bienvenue in our forum. So excuse my French. It's almost non-existent, but happy to see you, and the floor is yours.
Dear Rotary friends, greeting to all participants. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address you this afternoon and to be able to shine a spotlight on the intercountry committees as part of vocational service opportunities to serve to change life. As people of action, we inspire others through our service to communities and to humanity. We do this through the values that we hold, both ethical and cultural, and through the service projects that we initiated. No aspect of Rotary is more closely related to each member than a personal commitment to represent one's vocation or occupations to fellow Rotarians and to exemplify the characteristic of high ethical standards and the dignity of work. We understand that each person makes valuable contributions to a better society through daily activities in a business or professions. We, Rotarians and role actors, are coming from various countries, representing different regions and cultures. International Vocational Service project confirmed that these cultures are ready and willing to offer the much-needed mobilization of the Rotary world in defense of our great values. You know, without value, it is impossible to be the future. Without value, it is impossible for new generations to grow. Without value, it is impossible to promote world understanding and peace. Rotary International's commitment makes it possible for us to support and to promote these essential and unreasonable values. The intercountry committees are the rightful bearer and promoters of such principles, and the strength of their commitment makes their work even more actual. ICCs have been part of Rotary International for 72 years now. The first committee was a Franco-German initiative created in Strasbourg in 1950. Using Rotary as an intermediary, it sought to revive the ties of friendship between France and Germany and once again bring together Rotarians who had suffered the burden of two world wars. Today, more than 400 intercountry committees are active, contributing to the activity of program of Rotary International and its foundation, and helping them to spread our influence around the world. While we are certainly all working toward goodwill among people in each of our corners of the world, it is when two teams, one in each country, come together to achieve this goal that it becomes a genuine mission. The Rotarians working in an ICC keep an open ear to the needs of the country, bringing along with them their unique professional experience. As they share their expertise, the ideal of service becomes contagious. An ICC is created to respond to certain needs that change over time. As association, their structure is ideal to building ties with Chamber of Commerce, university, and hospital. This contact offers them a special status in relation to these entities. Also, the work of an intercountry committee may vary over time. It is always the same idea that guided it. Behind each of them is a desire to build direct, personal relations between Rotarians from two different countries. The fall of communism in Central and Eastern Europe through the 90s led to a birth and rebirth of Rotary. In those years, ICC took another significant role, helping European Rotarians reach out to Poland, Russia, and Ukraine, which helps reintroduce Rotary to this part of the world. The ICC has been a major factor in the expansion of Rotary in Eastern and Central Europe. Without their help, Rotary's first steps into the Baltic states, Bulgaria, Hungary, Poland, Romania, Russia, and Ukraine would undoubtedly have been more difficult. With the COVID-19 pandemic, this past 2 years has been very unusual. And the need for international cooperation has never been more important. All over the world, intercountry committees have helped our club and district to maintain their international connections and friendship, to maintain dialogue, and to facilitate cooperations between different cultures and nations. And despite these difficult times and circumstances, we have witnessed some remarkable projects, and we have welcomed many new partnerships and sections to the ICC's family. In fact, our program is growing rapidly, including in regions of the world where ICC were not well established. For example, an hour ago, I was attending another Rotary virtual event to celebrate the charter ceremony of the ICC between India and Lebanon. My friend, as the world continues to tackle the pandemic, the ICC Executive Council will continue to deliver on this core mission and to demonstrate that ICC is a driving force of Rotary in our initiative to unite people and take action to create lasting change across the globe, in our community and in ourselves. To conclude my message, I would like to invite you to save the date for the next International ICC Conference and General Assembly. If the sanitary and geopolitical situation allows it, we will be holding this conference on April 1st to 3rd in Kiev, Ukraine. This event will be an opportunity to exchange with on how we can reaffirm the important function of ICC. With the theme Friendship and Partnership Without Border, this conference will be an opportunity to gather in fellowship, to acknowledge our success, and to discuss how ICC can continue to grow. Among other things, it will provide an interactive networking opportunity to increase our programs and communications. As Rotarian, to complement all the international aspects we cherish about great organization, we must use ICCs to put into practice Rotary's message and to build bridges of friendship with club and district from different cultures and nations. For this is how we truly celebrate our differences, overcome our individual bias, and serve to change lives. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Cyril. Thank you for your presentation, and the dates are saved for the event, so hope to see you there. Thank you. And we are going to develop the international scope of Rotary Vocational Services even further. And the panel discussion, which is about to start, it's titled Vocational Service Around the Globe. And I'm very happy to introduce the moderator of this panel discussion, Chihab Elavar, past District Governor, Rotary Action Group for Peace, and Rotary International Convention 2022 Coordinator for the US. So Chihab, welcome, join me, because I'm going to pass you all the powers and the mic on this stage for you to moderate the session. Hello.
Well, hello there. You know, I'm so honored and privileged to be among such beautiful, kind Rotarians. It's a special day in our life that we all come together from all vocations in this most beautiful and honorable organization on earth, Rotary International. And through our vocation, we are changing the world because we do it with passion. We serve with passion. And our passion, you know, Rotary almost runs in our blood, but it shines through our action. And today we have heard so many leaders about all kind of Rotarians, young, mature, all kind of avenues, but all that will hook up through this organization, beautiful organization, and it will connect us to make a better world. Ultimately, we serve the people in the world, and also at the same time, we try to change their lives, but it's also our lives that's been changed. And it's been, you heard about all kind of ICC, action group from international, but now we're going to see example of people working on the ground and pouring their passion to serve others. So with that, I would like to start introducing them. If you want to bring them to the stage, Saulo, Anil, Mega, and Samuel, Dr. Samuel, and Amal. And put also with us, please, PDG Mikolai, because PDG Mikolai, it's your passion, it's your vision that you started with once you were, and your history actually, because you were the first district governor of this district, and with your passion, you have connected the young people from all ages, and you can see Julia today. You know, she poured her heart in there, and then that's how you connected us all through your vision, through your passion, to Rotary membership and Rotary Foundation. Because of the Rotary Foundation and the membership, and all of us come together, young, women, mature, you know, all kind of walks. That's how this beautiful organization has been formed. And as long as we benefit one and bring one and keep one, then we are serving the world, and we are showing them who we are and the kindness we can give. So I'm going to start with the screen as they come in right now. So I want to start with Saulu. And because of the time crunch, we are going to have little introduction, but we want our panelists to pour their heart and tell us through their vocation who they are and how they affect the world. So Saulu is an orthodontic and entrepreneur. He is a member of RC of Arcos, Minas Gerais, Brazil, District 4560. He is a VTT chairman and coordinator of the project Smile Ukraine. Next year, he will be responsible for the cadre. Please welcome Saulu. Saulu, is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and talk to you about this project that changed my life. And I'm sure that it changed the life of a lot of people. So can you hear me? It's okay? The sound is okay?
Yes.
It's clear?
Yes.
Good. Okay. There's a lot of people that I know, like Tatiana. I have met her in Crimea, Nikolai, Olya, and a lot of people. So I will start the presentation about the project Smile Ukraine, and I hope that you enjoy it.
Yeah, go ahead. We see your presentation.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this project started in Crimea in 2013. And until now, we have 8 districts involved in this project. My name is Saulo Borges, and I am Rotarian from Rotary Club of Arcos in Minas Gerais, Brazil. As I said, the project started in Ukraine, in Simferopol in 2013. At that time, the project was not so complex. We started organizing surgeries for children with cleft and lift palate.
Please mute yourself all until.
Is it okay? Everybody's listening? We had to move the project to Kyiv after the annexation of Crimea in 2014. There was a lot of changes in Ukraine after the annexation of Crimea, and it was not permitted for us to continue the project in Russian territory at that time. So we had to move the project to Kyiv, and we start new international agreement of cooperation between universities, and that changed everything for the project and for all the people that were involved in the project. What we knew in Kyiv is that we had to notice that the professionals in Ukraine, they were not used to work in cooperation to operate children with complex dentofacial deformities. So the goals of the project after we moved to Kyiv was to encourage teamwork, rehabilitation of patients with complex craniofacial disorders, organize a public documentation center in Kyiv, and establish protocols of treatment. This is the financial summary of the project. It was 3 global grants We have 8 districts involved, 12 clubs, and more than $270,000 invested in this project until now. I will show you some results of the Smile Ukraine since 2013. Until now, we have 19 VTT teams that traveled between Ukraine and Brazil. We have cooperation, bilateral cooperation agreements signed between 7 universities. We have 7 universities involved in the project, students and professors, and this is the warranty of sustainability for the project when it finishes. The project also have the donation of surgical instruments and equipment, computer, printers, software, furniture for the assembly of the first Ukrainian public orthodontic documentation center at the Children's Hospital number 7 in Kyiv. We also provided dozens of theoretical courses. We also had a lot of surgeries and practical courses with a lot of professors and students involved in these courses. Some patients had implants printed in titanium, planted with 3D technology. All the patients operated by the project Smile Ukraine are operated free of any charges, no matter the complexity of the surgery. Some surgeries, they have been transmitted live for institutions from the hospital where the surgery was being performed to another institutions. So they're not only the people in the room, in the surgical room could see the surgery, but a lot of people in other hospitals and universities. We had the presentation of the Smile Ukraine in 2 international medical congress. We also had 2 important scientific articles written in cooperation between Ukrainian and Brazilian professors. We have trained more than 400 Ukrainian professors, graduation and post-graduation students. This is one of the patients of the project. He was cover of Rotary magazine in Ukraine and in Brazil. Now she's studying to be a dentist. She's in the dental school. Before and after. Here is another patient of the project. She had several problems in the face, and she rarely left home before the surgeries, but now she got a Facebook page and she's feeling more confident. On 2000 of April 2019, on the National University of Vocational Service of Ukraine in Irpin, directors of the Department of Surgery from all regional hospitals in Ukraine meet to discuss about the Smile Ukraine project and the necessity to establish national protocols to operate patients with dentofacial anomalies. In this meeting, they decided to open the Ukrainian Association of Craniofacial Surgeons. Before the project, it's not often, it's very hard to have orthodontic surgeries in Ukraine. The cost of the surgeries are very high for the regular patient. It's around 15,000 euros each surgery, and often they had to move to another country to have this kind of surgeries. But the main population, a lot of people in Ukraine don't have conditions to pay for this high price. When we introduced the project this project in Ukraine, we have the opportunity to train professors from public universities and students from public universities. So now these professors and these students are performing these surgeries. So this is bring a lot of good things for the patients that they did not have any hope to perform the surgeries in Ukraine before the project. We already had attended more than 5,000 patients since the beginning of the project. A lot of patients have been benefited with the project. Well, I'd like to thank you. I tried to put in very short presentation. It said 8 years of project, a lot of things to talk. And if you need any more information, here are my contacts. I'd like to thank Nikolai and all my friends for this opportunity. Thanks. Thank you.
You know, your passion, we can feel it. We can feel your work and the changes that you're making, even one smile at a time. Thank you, Saul. Our next speaker is Anil Srivatsa. He's a Rotary and military brat and has found purpose in his life. After a 30-year-old checkered corporate and entrepreneurial career, he now spends fourth of his time in a year driving around the world, championing the cause of organ donation with a goal of reaching 1 million people with his message of compassion and fighting fear for love. He's traveled across 44 countries, visited over 100 clubs, and gave over 550 talks beside his radio talk show. Please welcome our wonderful Anil. Thank you. The floor is yours, Anil.
Well, thank you very much, Shab, and everyone else that has put this wonderful event together. Excuse all the technical glitches, but I think we'll make it through. I'm not going to delve on trying to tell you what I've done. I'm going to stick to why I'm doing it and what I'm doing. I'm that guy that 30 years ago, that guy decided he wants to eradicate polio from this world. I'm that guy imagining the new Rotary. I've been serving to save lives. And now I'm going to imagine this new Rotary that's 6 months away. And what I want to do is give Rotary another purpose to unite. And I want to be that Genghis Khan, going around the world, talking to Rotarians and telling them about how organ donation can save more lives than they can imagine if only people were turned on to the compassion and love that associates with a cause like this. I've just chartered my 3rd club, and this one is a cause-based club for organ donation. I've applied. I was shocked to see that there was no Rotary Action Group for organ donation. So I took the time to bring together like-minded Rotarians, meet the requirements, and I have an application, hopefully that'll get passed in April by the Rotary Board. And there will be a new RAG for organ donation. I'm setting up the basis for which clubs can come to for help, for assistance, for knowledge, for guidance on how to take the message of organ donation to their communities. The communities that they serve day in and day out, and want to turn ordinary Rotarians to become extraordinary life givers by just continuing this vision that no one should ever die from a lack of an organ. Maybe 20 years from now, 30 years from now, if Rotary gets together, I know we can, and take on this mission, we can all be that guy, we can all be that girl. I'm a guy from, what's my vocation? I'm a media and entertainment fellow. We're taught to disseminate news, fake news just to keep our stomachs full. But not this guy. I'm using what I've learned. I've used my training. Create an event that you see on your screen where I drive around the world in my vehicle. I live in it. I eat in it. And I try and touch as many Rotary clubs as I can along the way. And I'm about to embark on a new mission starting at the convention this year. And I'm hoping RIP Shekhar will flag me off along with all of you that will attend, because I'm going to start driving up from Houston to the Arctic and all the way down to Argentina and meet as many Rotary clubs as I can, and then ship my car over to Australia, circumnavigate Australia, and end up at the World Transplant Games that's happening there in Perth in April of 2023, where I will start representing India as an athlete. I'm a kidney donor, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to show the world that living on one kidney or even one liver can just not be an ordinary life, it can be an extraordinary life. With the help of my Rotary family, I'm hoping to meet some of you at the convention. Now I get to speak to Rotary clubs by sending you cold calling emails as I drive on my path, and hope that some of you have not got a speaker engagement and can fit me in. But if Rotary International stood behind me, made this a mission, I guess I'll have an easier time getting speaker slots to tell you how you can do a sustainable organ donation project, not just president to president, but for an entire decade if need be, or more, till the objective is met. No one should die from a lack of an organ. And my vocation is being used to do this. If you would like to join the Rotary Action Group for Organ Donation, I invite you. Please come and join us. And in March, I promise you, I will be chartering. Right now, I'm a satellite club with the Rotary Club of Madras District 3232, cause-based for organ donation. But by March, we will charter the world's first cause-based club for organ donation with your help. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope to receive your support as I drive along the world and meet you somewhere.
You're awesome. You're awesome, Anil. You know, not only you changing a life, you are actually giving a life by giving or donate an organ. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Our next speaker, she is a great lady. I've seen her in a lot of meetings all around, and she's involved in so many things. I don't know if I should read all your, Dr. Megha, all your bio, because it's just loaded with everything. She's the founder of Toggle Travel PVT Limited and the V Empower All Foundation. She endeavored her own travel company, Travel Crafts. She bolstered women by commencing the notion of second innings, which formulates women financially independent. Forby, she inaugurated the first ever travel and beauty pageant under the brand Mrs. Travel Icon in 2019. Freshly, Megha embarked on a project called Cup of Life. This project aimed to spread cognizance amidst women about ministerial cups and hygiene. And she is one of the founders of Ministerial Hygiene also. So, and founding member of Rotary Action Group for Menstrual Hygiene. She also served as president of Rotary Club of Pune. Megha has procured abundant awards, including multi more. So I'm not going to take from your thunder. Please welcome our Megha, Dr. Megha, to the stadium. Thank you. You're muted. Unmute, Dr. Mega.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, or even good night to everybody, those who are listening in different time zones. Today, I'm going to talk about a topic: what was a taboo in the eyes of millions? We are now working to break apart the social bondages associated with menstruation. I am Dr. Megha, and I come from a very small town where the women have always followed the outdated, unhygienic norms during their menstruation days. Knowing the actual truth, I always wanted to bring the change, but I was merely a teenager at that time. But when I returned to my hometown after 13 years, I wanted to change this. Seeing this innumerable suffering of women, I wanted to promote the concept of usage of menstrual cups amongst the lower income population that will change the lives of the women. This idea gave the birth to the project Cup of Life, a drive which is now being run across multiple districts for distribution of silicone made menstrual cups. On the International Women's Day, that is 8th of March, we distribute menstrual cups to the needy across multiple districts and reach out to thousands of ladies. We arrange virtual trainings on the usage of these cups and how to store them for a longer time, since their shelf life is anything between 5 to 10 years. The special thing about the project is that we train volunteers and we assign 50 beneficiaries to them to take a follow up. We have the data of each and every beneficiary, and we also do a random follow up. All these volunteers are our very own Rotaracts, since youth will make a revolution. We have involved them. We are on a mission to organize Red Dot Rally every year on the Valentine's Day to give a new definition to the color red. We are definitely going to do a mass distribution on in 2024 across the globe. During the whole planning of the project, I got connected to the Rotary Action Group of Menstrual Health and Hygiene, which was not yet formed at that time. I met Sharmila Nagarajan. But, my friends, this was just the journey. I became aware that I am not alone who was trying to make some changes. The group was there to support me, and thanks to her contribution and support, my personal vision mission also expanded. You must be wondering, why am I narrating the whole story? I take this platform as an opportunity to let everyone know that if you have a vision, if you want to do something, RAG groups across the globe are there to support in all possible ways. As we say, alone I can do nothing, or maybe a very little, but together we are 100% and we can do so much and create an impact. It is no doubt that menstrual health and hygiene management is a globally recognized public health challenge, and the one where an uncountable women have to suffer from no help whatsoever. It's equivalent to an epidemic. Very unfortunate. Big dreams and bigger changes. When this inspires you, Rotary is always on your side of serving the millions through your vision. Accredited internationally, certain movies out to create awareness about what menstrual health and hygiene mean to a woman, a happy family, and furthermore, a stronger nation. The tagline of RAG Menstrual Health and Hygiene is Break the Silence, a call to action to help innumerable women suffering in pain. Perhaps COVID is still a pandemic, But the silver lining to this cloud, what we look advantage, is the connection that we all have created globally through the online platforms. In the rural parts specifically, I would like to highlight, we have arranged a lot of social awareness campaigns and educated people digitally on menstruation, maternal and child health, preventive health care, and family hygiene. Our aspiring projects can help government promote social and economic empowerment as well as growth. As a healthy woman creates a healthy world, the projects serve women in unimaginable ways. To all the Rotarians out there, break the silence, speak up, speak up. And the best part of our project is we have involved young boys as well, as the menstrual health and hygiene education helps promote healthy habits and breaks stigmas around the natural process in their families as well. We deeply believe in the motto of think global, act local. We will draw on the strengths of the participating clubs and resources to ideate globally and work towards the global elimination of period poverty and restoring dignity of the absconding girls and women locally. Some activities that we have envisaged are education, awareness, and counseling of the women and girls, sampling or product distribution. We are also creating an empowerment of the economy by creating local sanitary napkins plants. We are supporting them with the minimum investment. We are striving to support and provide awareness on menstrual education through counseling, besides helping them with the product distribution. And above all, where the requirement exists, we will synergize and help create adequate infrastructure of water and sanitation to create a hygienic and better world. To give women, it truly means to be a life worth living. We are looking forward for more people to join hands and take up to these projects at their local levels. Thank you very much for listening. You can get in touch with me over Facebook or LinkedIn. We will be happy to help you. Thank you.
Dr. Mega, we cannot be more happy and more honored to be listening to you. And I know you can talk for 3 hours. Let's connect with Dr. Mega and join her group. And she's available everywhere in Rotary. So thank you again. You're awesome. Our next speaker, you're awesome. So we will add in a minute. But our next speaker is Dr. Samuel Lee Hancock. He's a CM, is President and Executive Director of Emerald Planet International Foundation, aka Emerald Planet, and Executive Producer, Creator, Host of the Emerald Planet Television production, aka the Emerald Planet TV, with its headquarters in Washington, D.C., USA. Emerald Planet is a 501c3 not-for-profit organization founded in 1973, and it's dedicated to sustainable environmental. He's on the committee for Russia and the United States, and I'm on the same committee, so we always enjoy our fellowship. Besides facilitating many grants, please welcome our kind Rotarian, Dr. Sam, and I can call him friend because he is a beautiful person inside out and help the world and help the young connect around the world. So thank you, Dr. Sam. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Shab, for being with you. This is absolutely a fantastic session that's coming out of the Ukraine. And I think it's just marvelous what is going on as far as the activities and the wonderful information that's being shared. And the whole thing about the Emerald Planet and Emerald Planet TV is that we are a 501c3 nonprofit located in Washington, D.C., but we reach all 214 countries and territories around the globe. And this is something that's very important, that we actually find the best practices, which are solutions around the globe. And the whole thing about it is tying together vocational service, the intercountry committees, the ICCs, and education. And all of this is to find projects that are regionalized, actionable, and collaborative for economic and community development, basic education and literacy, and of course, supporting the environment. All of this leading to global peace. And we do this. We have over 1,000 best practices that we've identified, and we've now produced 3,000 different television programs, and in collaboration with the Rotary clubs around the globe. We featured hundreds of different Rotarians and Rotary clubs, and we think it's most important because Rotary actually is one of the most environmentally friendly and most actionable as far as its activities and what it is doing. So, but it took us a long time to have this as a main focus that the world could actually look at. So if you look at promoting peace and the other 5 areas, and now supporting the environment, most important and needed. And what we've been doing is we've been going around the world. We've had guests from 103 different countries out of the 214 countries and territories, and roughly 2,700 different guests have come on to talk about the various best practices that can be had, at the same time to balance and improve the environment. So it's not just enough that we try to slow or stop climate change. We need to be working very diligently in order to reverse the dire consequences and negative and destructive impacts of climate change. And so this will give you an idea of the tree planting, the youth, the excitement that's going on the African continent and in much of the world through Rotary, and through the collaboration of Rotary with thousands of other nonprofits, governmental agencies, communities of faith, and opinion leaders within their own communities. This is a group in Kenya on the African continent that have involved in a number of different water projects, utilizing and demonstrating different technologies that can be used to bring clean and potable water into the communities, and also for the livestock and the plants. We keep talking about clean water for humans, but we really need clean water for the animals and the plants and even the microorganisms, because we are all living beings and each of us depend on the others. And so what we've been able to do through the Rotary clubs collaboration, and also through the Emerald Planet TV, is to highlight projects from around the globe. This you see is in downtown Washington, D.C. Looks like we're out in the countryside, but yet we're in a very built environment. One of the things we have to realize as far as being able to protect and enhance the environment is the world is rapidly urbanizing. Some countries, you have 50 to 60% of the people are actually living in very densely built urban areas. The United States is now at 80%. And a country that's very wild and wonderful, a great agricultural producer, Brazil, is now considered 87% urban. And so this is happening as we move around the globe. One of the things that we do is we really focus on youth, and we attempt to focus on females in the projects, and also the impact that they're having on the environment, but also for economic development and community development. This is one of our North American projects, is to protect and now establish the flyways for the monarch butterflies. The monarch butterflies are really the monarch, the king and queen as far as the animal kingdom is concerned. And you can see the wonderment of these young students, because what has happened, many of the projects from Rotary International in the environment, economic development, community development, are now being brought into the classrooms as a matter of study. And this is something very important, because the old 4-H motto, living by doing and learning by doing, is very much a movement of the 21st century. So we're going to be coming back later on. I think we'll have some questions and be able to answer any questions that you may have. Shab, thank you for allowing me to share about the Emerald Planet International Foundation, 501c3, headquartered in Washington, D.C., and the Emerald Planet TV. We're available worldwide for any kind of national broadcasting television, as well as cable stations. And then we actually have now the podcast of all of our major programs. And we are looking for talent. We're looking for projects not only in the Ukraine, but across the world to feature in the future. We actually produce 4 television programs and shows a week, and we would like to actually morph that into 21 to 28 shows each and every week. So Shab, back to you. Thank you for organizing all of us. Hopefully I stayed within your time frame. And it's just really a pleasure to be with you here and all these outstanding speakers that you've been able to identify. This is the epitome of diversity, the epitome of wisdom coming from youth to share around the world. And I feel privileged to be here. So back to the slide. You can have my
well, Dr. Sam,
information, and we'll take it from there. Then thank you very much, and good being with you, Sean.
Well, thank you, Dr. Sam. You know, it's awesome to see all the things you're involved with. And one of your slides has a school boat in Bangladesh, and I was on those boats in 2015, and I can tell you, firsthand, the effect of environmental changes on peace is big. The people who are displaced around the world, they say right now, conflict migration compared to environmental changes migration is 3 times. So and affecting the world peace. So thank you again. And Dr. Sam, I think, if we leave you alone, you will speak for 3 hours. That's why you have a Planet TV, so you can have your own show and talk for hours. So thank you again for being with us. And, that's emphasized for us. We can do whatever we want to do, but unless we share it, then we cannot get people to stand by us. Tell your story. It's important. Let the young also tell their story, because that's how we come together and work together for a better Rotary and for a better world. Thank you again. And our next speaker, I think, she sent me her bio, and I tell you, it was about 4 pages bio. And I did pull her on Google. And Dr. Amel, I cannot tell you how proud we are to have you over here. So she's a Rotarian since 2002. She's president of RC El Tahrir, District 2451, 2122. So it's coming, we wish you the best. Head of project Heart to Heart, and she did 3 global grants in there. Many degrees she have earned from many universities, and she's a professor of pediatrics, consultant pediatric cardiology, Cairo University, head of pediatric post-op cardiac ICU Cairo University Children's Hospital. She has 52 publications in peer-reviewed journals, awarded King Faisal Award for Excellence 2016, Assist University. She has it all. You can Google Dr. Amal, and you will know what I'm talking about. Dr. Amal, please share with us all your passion, especially about your project in Egypt. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Hello, everybody. I'm happy to be with you. I enjoyed all the previous speakers. I would like to share my slides. My work is my passion. I'm a pediatric cardiologist, and I do love my work a lot. And I always say to my students, work is fun. Next, please. So I'm going to talk a story about our project. It's the signature project of our club, Rotary Club Al Tahrir, District 2451. Just give you a background about heart conditions, congenital heart condition in Egypt. Egypt is a very highly populated country with the second in Africa, 110 million, very high birth rate, still high, much less, but still high infant and maternal mortality rate, high fertility, high illiteracy. Health expenditure in our country is still low compared with the West. We have compounding factors that increase our congenital diseases, especially positive consanguinity, prevalence of chronic diseases, extremes of age, and lack of health awareness and pollution. Next, please. As well as in our country, in the Middle East, we are a war zone. We don't receive the aid that we should receive from Heart Foundation, for example, like South America and Asia. This is a photo of our hospital at the early morning, 7 a.m., where people are crowded, seeking out just outpatient appointment. Thousands of patients, of children. Next. So our project meant to repair heart defects when there is a hole in the heart. We use this device, which is extremely expensive, not sponsored by the National Health Service, to put inside the heart and close this hole by state-of-the-art technique, cardiac catheter without open heart surgery. And we aimed at sponsoring these devices to help our children. So we did 3 global grants amounting in all to around $300,000 US. And you can see the increase, the publicity, being more popular, the project. We can see the increase in the number of local clubs and international clubs. And last global grant, we had 8 districts. I'm going to talk about the vocational service in our project mainly. We helped, of course, hundreds of children. Next. So what the vocational service, we had a strategy in our project following the 8 guidelines that were published in my Rotary and Rotary Learning pages. So we raise awareness, we do the meetings, my job talks, we do the fellowships and join the fellowships and action groups. Next. So these are photos of the meetings, whether local or international, raising awareness of the project fair, the Fellowship of International Rotarian Health Professionals, which was the way to get our first global grant in, and here's in Hamburg in the International Rotary Convention. Next, please. Then we do MOUs with organizations to support our vocational programs and our project in general. Next, we do that through MOUs with Red Crescent in Egypt, Inner Wheel, other charities, and also we did with General Electric to provide us with the echo machines to do our screening for children. Next. We also did collaborations with universities in the governorates where we went to use their facilities to do our vocational training in 5 universities. And we actually got an award, and we got thank you letters because we did a lot of training programs inside the universities. Next, please. We also encourage Rotaract to be engaged with us through the session in the RILA, and also through they support us the technology. So they help us with the Facebook page, with the videos. We did video awareness to the public about heart disease and about other diseases, and they help us to produce these videos, which are on YouTube, and these videos are followed by more than 5,000 people. Next, please. We do voluntary work like medical convoys, of course, to recruit our patients together with the help with the local medical services. Next, please. In all of Egypt, north and south, we go doing medical convoys and screening hundreds and hundreds of patients. Next. These patients are very poor, and some of them cannot travel to the center. And the vocational program, we have a very, as I mentioned, very strong vocational program. So we have 3 governorate in the south of Cairo, 150 kilometer, Beni Suef and Asyut, around 400 kilometer, and Sohag, around 500 kilometers, where we train, we do on-patient workshop. So we do the cases together with the technicians and the doctors, young doctors and nurses there, so they can learn how to care for these patients, and the doctors can also learn how to perform these procedures. And also we did conferences or workshops attended by hundreds of doctors, nurses and technicians in these governorate, and we take pride that we travel to the patients and to the centers rather than wait for them to come to the center. Next, please. We also have Rotarians joining us, and we do sightseeing, as you see. We also did a very big vocational training for nurses in the ICU and in the ER in Cairo University, attended by 120, and the lecturer were from the nursing college faculty of Nursing Cairo University, and they were granted certificates at the end of this learning day, and it was very successful. Next. Last but not least is the public image. We concentrate on awareness and give a very good public image of our work. Next, please. So we go to the local newspapers, to the media, to the TV. We have our own El Tahrir bulletin, where we publish our activities, vocational and other activities regarding Heart to Heart project. Next, please. And to do all this, of course, we have to do fundraising. This is, we managed to get on the platform Global Giving, and we raised $17,000 US on this. This is the link. Also, unconventional way of raising funds. Thank you. Please come and visit us.
Dr. Amel, you are awesome. I love your energy. You know, throughout this panel, if I look at pictures and I count faces and people on the pictures alone that you have touched with your kindness, all of you, I think Rotary is in good hands, in your hands, in good hands, and please keep doing what you're doing. I wanted to bring over on the screen the woman behind our success on the displaying all that. Olga, would you please come put your picture and come on in. Olga, she handled all the PowerPoints behind it, and Olga, she's the wife of our Mikula. So Olga, are you going to show up? If you're not, we'll find.
No, it's technically impossible. I'm sorry, but I'm not Olga, but I will pass.
But you know, thank you very much. And I think all of you are doing God's work. And I found this one in a yard sale. and it says doing God's work pays little, but the retirement benefits are out of the world. So I want to thank you again for being here, all of you. And please, Nikolai, give our regard to your wife, because she made this session so nice and flow like water. And for all of you guys, you are people of action and you are peace builders.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much,
Thank you.
friends.
You're all awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, Chehab, thank you, Saul, Anil, Megar, Samuel, Amal, for your passion that you put in Rotary service and the passion which you shared with us during this final plenary session at our forum. And I think it's time to round up, to summarize today's forum. I would like to invite Mykola to join me on the stage for the final remarks, for sharing all these results from this entertainment part from the forum. And Mykola, tell us.
Yes, thank you, Tatiana. Dear friends, we apologize for delay of our finishing of our forum, but we haven't rights to stop our speakers, especially about when they tell about our service, our Rotary service. So one more apologize, but we are finishing our forum, and I would like to show something for you. First of all, I would like to show the results, some results of our interactions. But before this, I would like to invite one more. Perhaps you would like one more, share your impressions about forum. I would like to remind where these impressions you can give. I hope my screen is open. So on the stage, the right side of the chat, here is Forum Cloud. Click on this Forum Cloud, and there is 3 fields. Please give us only 3 words. What do you feel about the vocational forum? Please do it right now, and in the end of my closing remarks, I will show you our common forum cloud. What I would like to show you? I would like to show you the gallery of our work, of our virtual photo booth. As you see, we have more than 50 people who made a selfie. And please, friends, share this photo to your social media, and share that you've been here at the forum. But the forum will work 2 days more, and your friends can visit, can watch the records, and can get the same information as you have got. Next, what I would like to show that our poll. This is the results of our poll. 4 and 4 how to say points of view is most interesting in plenary sessions. A little less breakout rooms. I'm very interested that most of you very interested to expo booth of fellowships and action groups, and networking also was interested for our participants. Also, I have the results of our Kahoot quiz. In Kahoot participated 22 people, and I would like to show the winners of our Kahoot. I will tell you about 3 persons who has the higher score. It's Virpi. I suppose that's Virpi Honkala from Finland, and I congratulate her. She is a winner of our quiz. The second place, SWD. I suppose somebody from District 2451. This person has almost 7,000 points. And the third place, Natalia Iklab. I don't know this Natalia, but congratulations. He's on the third place of our Kahoot. Please, if you didn't use this tool to check your knowledge about Vocational Forum, please, you can use it right now. And finally, the cloud forum, the cloud. I will refresh and we'll see what is the cloud of our Vocational Forum. You see, this is your impressions of the forum. Welcoming, splendid, fantastic, informative, moving, wonderful, got useful, inspiration, exciting, awesome, great, inspiring, innovative, excellent, professionals, inspirational, proud, greetings, peaceful. Oh, as you see, it's refresh. Somebody added, and so lots of your impressions. We are very proud that you enjoyed our event. That's very I don't know how to say in English. So thank you so much. Actually, I found here in the cloud. Let's repeat one more. Perhaps in a year that will be our traditional. In the end of January month of Vocational Service, we will invite you to the next Vocational Forum. So that's all what I would like to share with you, and let's close our forum.
Thank you, Mykola. Just one more second, and thank you for sharing this overall impression of the forum. I suggest actually to somehow download a screenshot this cloud and use it maybe as the cover shot for this edition for the Facebook page, just to leave it with us. And yeah, so let's keep on serving to change lives, as the Rotary International President Chihab Mehta urged us. Let's be proud Rotarians. Let's serve, empower, and inspire. Thank you once again on behalf of all the organizing committee and our technical committee for attending the Second International Vocational Forum. Thank you for this Rotary spirits of global unity. And here, yeah, that's we announce the official closing of the Second International Vocational Forum, and I'm happy to invite to the floor Mykola Miroshnichenko, member of International Fellowship of Rotarian Musicians. Let the music speak.